True Lord Insect, controlling master, responded. He waved his hand, and as the black smoke spread, more flying insects quickly flew out in all directions of the palace. The earlier inspection was just a simple inspection. Now it was time for a more detailed inspection. Shenzong was immersed in his comprehension. His primordial chaos realm was activated to the extreme. An inexplicable aura filled the surroundings. If someone whose realm was not high enough approached, their thoughts would immediately be affected, and they would become confused. Wisps of inexplicable aura appeared all around, as if they were constantly twisting. In Shenzong's mind, there was a brainstorm going on. The mystery of the ancient god language was being analyzed bit by bit. Every ancient god language seemed simple, but contained unparalleled mysteries. At the same time, the mystery contained in the carvings on the broken stone tablet was also deciphered by Shenzong. The giant god battle method. Shenzong was the first to decipher a few carvings and understood their meaning. It sounded like some kind of cultivation method or secret method, or maybe martial arts. Moreover, it should be a kind of inheritance of the giant tribe in the giant universe. Every kind of inheritance had its mysteries. Perhaps one could not cultivate it, but one could comprehend some mysteries from it. Different ways of cultivation had something in common and could inspire each other. Shenzong became more focused on comprehending. No wonder he is the unparalleled sword sage. His way of the sword is unparalleled. This opportunity is really enviable. Taoist Chao's bitter face suddenly revealed an envious look. There was no reason not to be envious, but there was no reason to be jealous. To be able to cultivate to this stage and be listed on the real chaotic list, his was incomparably amazing. He would never be jealous of others because of some opportunities. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. How could he have reached this stage? Every opportunity had its own fate. Opportunities were to be found, not envied. Taoist Cho knew this truth. Taoist Heavenly Talisman also knew this truth, and so did Insect controlling Immortal. Time slowly flowed by. Shenzong was still in the midst of his comprehension. The contents of the Titan battle technique were slowly analyzed. Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two didn't stay idle either. They also gradually explored the other parts of the palace, hoping to find some kind of opportunity that they could obtain. Unlike the broken stone tablet, they couldn't comprehend anything no matter how hard they tried. They couldn't even copy it, and could only memorize it based on their memories. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there seemed to be a sudden sound of war drums, as if to break through the enemy lines. It directly alarmed Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two. Shenzong also heard it, But he was still in the midst of comprehension and did not want to leave for the time being, because soon he would be able to comprehend the giant god battle method on the broken stone tablet completely. This feeling was so wonderful that Shinzong did not want to stop here. Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two immediately gathered together. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle were also quickly called back by Insect, controlling Immortal. In the innermost part of the palace, there was a constant thumping sound with a strange rhythm. It was very heavy, as if a mountain was bombarding the earth. Every time, there was a vibration in all directions, causing the whole palace to tremble. A terrifying aura spread out and surged out continuously. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds were heard, as if a heavy door was slowly opening. It was very obscure and ear-piercing, making one's scalp tingle uncontrollably. Taoist Heavenly Talisman's arm suddenly shook, and suddenly a flame flew out. The flame flew forward rapidly, immediately dispersing the darkness and illuminating the surroundings, allowing one to see everything inside. There was a wall, a very thick wall, that was slowly being opened. Obscure and ear-piercing cracking sounds were constantly coming from that wall. An extremely terrifying aura was constantly spreading out, like a raging storm, as if some existence was awakening. Dong, 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 dong. The sound like war drums was incessant. What is that sound? Taoist Heavenly Talisman frowned, somewhat surprised and doubtful. Just the thumping sound alone gave them a very frightening feeling. Unconsciously, even their heartbeat was affected and the rhythm was controlled. There was a very uncomfortable feeling, and their breathing became difficult. The giant beetle let out a loud roar. The roar was very loud, and the roar was like a thunderclap, instantly interrupting the thumping sound like war drums, and also causing the influence on Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two to disappear in an instant. The three immediately got rid of it and circulated their cultivation methods to resist. The inside of the slowly opening giant door was illuminated by the flame, and something could be vaguely seen. But the next moment, the flame was directly extinguished. Go! True Monarch Insect controlling immediately urged the flying insects to rush into the giant door, wanting to see what was going on inside. But it had only been 3 breaths of time since the flying insect entered, and before he could find anything, True Monarch Insect controlling's expression suddenly changed. Those flying insects were all dead. They died without any resistance. The thumping sound began to become more frequent, louder and more rapid, causing the breathing of Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two to become rapid and chaotic again. Then, the outline of a figure appeared. When the figure appeared, it immediately brought a great shock to Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two. A giant wanderer, not an ordinary giant wanderer. Finally, the figure stepped out of the giant door. With each step, the whole palace was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. It gave people the impression that it was a 1,000-meter-tall giant walking, but in fact, it was not even a 100-meter-tall giant, but a 10-meter-tall giant. Along the way, the giant wanderers they encountered were all 100-meter tall, but here they encountered a 10-meter-tall giant. In theory, the taller and stronger the giant, the better. But for some reason, when they saw this 10-meter-tall giant appear, Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two all instinctively felt that this giant was powerful and terrifying. That kind of aura was completely restrained, making it difficult for people to sense it, and it was impossible to distinguish its strength from its aura. But because of this, it was even more frightening. The 10-meter-tall giant had dark golden skin, as if it was made of divine gold. Even though its aura was completely restrained, it still gave people a feeling that it contained unparalleled, terrifying power. It was as if once it erupted, it was bound to be able to shatter the sky and shatter the earth, and shatter the stars would be a piece of cake. The 10-meter-tall, dark golden giant walked over step by step. With every step it took, the ground shook, and the palace seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A terrifying pressure surged out. That pressure seemed to be everywhere, like the majesty of a king. The eyes of the 10-meter-tall, dark golden giant were white gold, and there were no pupils at all. When people stared at it, they could only see darkness and confusion. It was dead silence. This giant was already dead, but for some reason, it could still stand up, walk, and fight. The mysteries behind this were too profound. It was not something that everyone could understand, so it was useless to think too much about it. The 10-meter-tall dark golden giant kept approaching, and its terrifying aura pressed down, making Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two get ready. Go! Taoist Heavenly Talisman immediately controlled the giant beetle and the mantis insect beast. The giant beetle charged directly at the giant, while the mantis insect beast flapped its wings in an instant, bursting out with unparalleled speed, and drew an arc as it rapidly approached the dark golden giant. Its long blade arm glowed with incomparable cold luster, and it ruthlessly slashed at the dark golden giant's neck, its speed incomparably fast. It couldn't dodge. That dark golden giant didn't seem to notice at all, and its neck was instantly slashed. Chapter 3185. The mantis insect beast's flying speed and slashing speed were very fast. It was even faster than the average true Saint Realm expert. Unable to dodge, the dark golden giant's neck was immediately slashed twice by the blade. However, the two blades were actually repelled, unable to harm the dark golden giant's neck at all. Even the blade's arm was bounced back with a crisp cracking sound. Broken. The mantis's blade arm was extremely tough and was not inferior to a half-chaos-grade divine weapon. Not only did it fail to hurt the dark golden giant at all, but it was also shattered by the recoil. It was simply unbelievable. At the same time, the giant beetle also charged forward. The giant beetle was 20 meters long. It was much larger than the giant's 10-meter-long body. Its horn was a few meters long and covered with spikes. It was almost half the size of the giant. The ferocious attack, under its extreme speed, was extremely powerful. It seemed to be able to shatter everything. When the spiked sphere, which was a few meters in size and carried the giant beetle's heavy body and shocking strength, hit the dark golden giant, the attack that could shatter mountains was unable to break the dark golden giant. No, it wasn't that it couldn't be broken, but that it couldn't even shake the dark golden giant's body. Instead, a dark golden light flickered and spread out like ripples. There was an instant backlash, and a clear cracking sound rang out once again. Broken. The spiky spheres that were several meters in size also shattered and fell to the ground. This scene shocked enlightened Heavenly Talisman, Taoist Cho, and perfected insect master. How could it be? Perfected cultivator insect controlling Immortal was especially shocked. He knew best how the insect beast he cultivated was like. It was fine that it couldn't beat the giant, but it was shattered. It was unimaginable. The dark golden giant reached out at that moment. It seemed slow, but it grabbed the mantis insect beast's head in an instant. With a sudden force, the mantis insect beast's head was crushed. With a kick, the gigantic giant beetle was sent flying. With a bang, it flew back over 100 meters, and the extremely tough shell on its body shattered in an instant. In just 2 attacks, the mantis insect beast and the giant beetle were both dead. How could it be? The 3 of them were shocked. They immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura burst out and hit them, locking them down. Go all out. Enlightened heavenly talisman shouted. With a wave of his hand, a total of 9 talismans appeared before him. The 9 talismans burst forth with astonishing light, instantly turning into swords and knives that shot toward the dark golden giant. They were the Divine Knife Talisman and the Divine Sword Talisman, which belonged to the Divine Army Talisman series and were extremely powerful. Taoist Cho sighed again. His voice was filled with sorrow. Then he struck out with his palms, one palm strike after another. Every palm strike was filled with astonishing power and terrifying sorrow as they blasted towards the dark golden giant. Imperial Insect's expression was cold and solemn. As he waved his hands, waves of black smoke rolled out. It was thicker and more magnificent than before, and an ancient roar rang out. Then a strange insect beast appeared. It was an insect beast that was only 10 meters long. Its entire body was black and gold, and its luster was constantly flickering. It looked like a centipede, but it was not an ordinary centipede. It had a dragon head and 3 pairs of almost transparent bone wings. 1,000-legged black dragon centipede. This was the insect beast carefully cultivated by Insect, controlling True Monarch, which was several times more powerful than the mantis insect beast and the giant beetle. Insect controlling True Monarch was usually very insect. Immortal rarely used the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to use this method in the face of this tyrannical dark golden giant. Go all out. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman controlled the 9 Divine Army Talismans while taking out talismans one after another. Some of the talismans were golden, some were purple, and some were cyan. They all shone brightly and fell on Taoist Cho and the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede. These were talismans that could enhance strength, speed, and so on. As a result, the strength of Taoist Cho and the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede increased by several times. The 9 god army seals struck the dark golden giant, but they produced the sounds of metal clashing. They were unable to break through the dark golden giant's terrifying body. They only produced sparks. It was like they had struck a body forged from gold, not flesh and blood. From this point, it was enough to see how tyrannical the dark golden giant's body was. It was many times stronger than the previous giant wanderers. It was indescribable. The 1,000-legged black dragon centipede was several times faster than the mantis insect beast. In a flash, it swept toward the dark golden giant. Each of its legs was like a sharp blade, much more terrifying than the mantis insect beast's blade arms. Kill! The 1,000-legged black dragon centipede cut the dark golden giant's body. They became sharper and sharper, but they still could not break the skin of the dark golden giant, only leaving scratches. Taoist Cho continuously bombarded the dark golden giant with his palms. Each of his palms could shatter mountains, but when they fell on the dark golden giant, they only shook it slightly and could not cause any effective damage at all. Every palm print that hit the dark golden giant's body would shatter. The dark golden giant withstood the attacks of the crowd and stepped forward step by step. With each step, its momentum condensed and became more and more terrifying. With an earth-shattering boom, the thousand-legged black dragon centipede was suddenly hit by the dark golden giant's fist. It was directly bombarded hundreds of meters back in an instant and hit the wall of the palace with a shocking sound, accompanied by a shrill scream. It was the scream of the thousand-legged black dragon centipede. Insect Lord True Lord's expression changed drastically. The thousand-legged black dragon was something he had spent hundreds of years to cultivate. If it was also killed, it would be a great loss for him, far more than the loss of the giant beetle and the mantis insect lord could compare with. To cultivate a new thousand-legged black dragon centipede, it would take hundreds of years and many precious materials. Fortunately, it was still alive. The thousand-legged black dragon centipede was indeed injured, but it was much stronger than the giant beetle. After being hit by the dark golden giant's fist, it did not die, but it was seriously injured. Boom, boom, 2 consecutive punches. With just 2 punches, all of Taoist Chow's palm prints were shattered and he was sent flying. His body was shattered at the same time, and the strength he had consumed was quickly regaining. His face was pale and increasingly distressed. Taoist Heavenly Talisman's talismans were also shattered. He quickly dodged, but was still brushed by the fist force, and was also sent flying with half of his body shattered. Strong. It was simply indescribably strong. It was an extremely terrifying strength. In an instant, traces of despair filled the hearts of the 3 people. The dark golden giant continued to walk. Its speed was not fast, but the pressure of each step made the crowd feel more and more depressed, almost suffocating. When its pair of dull and blank eyes stared at them, a kind of dead silence and desolation grew in the hearts of the crowd for no reason, surging endlessly like a raging tide. They could not resist. At this moment, the shocking sword intent exploded in an instant, and the melodious sound of swords filled the air. Dazzling sword light broke through the air from behind and blasted toward the dark golden giant like a hurricane. Booming sounds immediately reverberated in all directions, echoing endlessly in the palace. The dark golden giant could not help but stop after being struck by the storm of sword light. Its body swayed, and it wanted to move forward again, but it became even more difficult. Chunzong made his move. Just now, Chunzong had basically comprehended the giant god battle method to the end of the broken stone tablet. He was only a little bit away from comprehending it completely, but he was stuck at the last point. The dark golden giant's tyrannical strength had defeated Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other 2. Chunzong had no choice but to stop comprehending and make his move. He made his move with all his strength. After all, Taoist Cho and Taoist Heavenly Talisman were very strong, but they were defeated and injured by 1 punch. His strength was stronger than Taoist Cho and Taoist Heavenly Talisman, but it was not absolute. Boom, boom, boom. The dark golden giant waved its hands again and punched again and again, directly shattering all the sword light. Tai Hao. The blazing true sun instantly pierced through the air and blasted towards the dark golden giant. The dark golden giant punched out, and the terrifying fist force was like a dragon tearing through the air, shattering the Tai Hao true sun and turning it into countless blazing sparks that sputtered out. Some of them bombarded the dark golden giant's body, but they were unable to cause any damage. The second sword strike. An ancient and incomparably tyrannical star shadow appeared. The star instantly broke through the air with this sword strike. Boom! The void seemed to crack. Eternal Star, a sword strike that placed great emphasis on strength, an extremely tyrannical sword strike. The dark golden giant punched out with both of his fists, aiming directly at Wang Xingchen's sword. When they collided, Wang Xingchen's sword emitted a cracking sound. In just a short moment, it shattered, and the dark golden giant was pushed back a few steps. Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other 2 could not even make the dark golden giant take a step back. They could not even stop it, but now was pushed back by Chunzong. The gap between them was obvious. Taoist Heavenly Talisman suddenly showed a touch of joy. He took out two talismans of different colors and quickly threw them out. They turned into two rays of light and fell on Chunzong. One was red and the other was green. Chunzong immediately felt that he seemed to be surrounded by wisps of strong wind aura, which invisibly made his body and limbs lighter. Fast. Both his movement speed and the speed of his sword strike were 30% faster. Under the red aura, he seemed to be aided by an invisible force, and his attacks were also 30% faster. With a 30% increase in power and speed, Chunzong's strength was also significantly increased. Kill. With a flash, Chunzong directly approached the dark golden giant. He performed the single-hearted sword technique, and a mixed Yuan heart force burst out without reservation. The sword strikes were swift, violent, and fatal. The single-hearted heavenly sword, which was close to a top divine weapon, was extremely sharp. In addition to Chunzong's superb swordsmanship, the power of each strike was extremely terrifying. Immediately, the tough skin of the dark golden giant was cut and torn open. The dark golden giant silently swung its fists to counterattack. Every punch made Chunzong suddenly feel suffocated. He couldn't help but feel his heart jump and his hair stand on end. If he was hit, his immortal body of the universe would not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that he would be blown up with one punch. Although he would not die directly, it would consume a lot of energy. Chunzong was extremely cautious, but he was still inevitably hit by a punch. Chapter 3186. Bang. With a loud bang, enlightened heavenly talisman and the others watched in horror as Chunzong was struck by the dark golden giant's fist, unable to dodge at all. Chunzong's immortal universe body, which had reached the pinnacle of the great completion stage, couldn't withstand the attack. It instantly shook and was attacked by a terrifying and domineering force. It was constantly disintegrated. In just a short time, it couldn't withstand the inevitable explosion. Spots of light rapidly reformed in the distance. Chunzong's figure appeared with an extremely solemn expression. That attack was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the Black Flame Saint's secret technique, the Black Ash Destruction. The Black Flame Saint's ultimate move, the Black Nightmare Shattering, contained a tyrannical power of destruction. However, the power contained in the fist of the dark golden giant was extremely pure and domineering. There wasn't any attribute of destruction. It was just pure power that could destroy everything. 40%. Chunzong couldn't help but gasp. Chunzong was shocked to the extreme. He had used 40% of his primordial heart force to regenerate his primordial universe indestructible body with a single strike. What a terrifying punch. With his current ability, he would definitely die if he was hit by 2 more punches. Everyone run. With a thought, Chunzong immediately said. He turned into a beam of sword light and flew out of the palace gate. Seeing that even the powerful Chunzong was smashed by a single punch, there was no need to talk about them. Run. They couldn't care less about opportunities. Surviving was the most important thing. Without hesitation, the 4 of them immediately flew out of the palace at full speed. The dark golden giant suddenly let out a terrifying roar. That roar seemed to be able to shatter everything. It even cracked the void and turned into an extremely shocking shockwave. It fiercely blasted towards Chunzong and the others. Although it started later, it arrived first and directly bombarded the 4 of them. Shock. In an instant, the 4 of them immediately felt that their protective power was shocked and shattered. Their immortal universe body was also impacted, and its power was constantly being depleted. Horrifying. The 4 of them were extremely frightened. Just the roar alone had such a terrifying power. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the dark golden giant. At the same time, the dark golden giant's legs suddenly swelled and exploded with an extremely shocking power. It stomped on the ground, and the extremely hard ground instantly shattered and collapsed. With a boom, the dark golden giant exploded with extreme speed. It turned into a terrifying dark golden light and broke through all obstacles. It instantly rushed towards Chunzong and the others. It was so fast that it actually caught up with them. Danger. An extremely strong sense of danger instantly. Chunzong instantly. He didn't hesitate to use his body to dodge. He left behind an afterimage, which was then shattered by a huge dark golden light. That kind of terrifying power made Chunzong tremble with fear. The last time, but they didn't dodge, and was hit. And they were instantly, and Master didn't. An immortal insect master. They instantly, after they were hit. This was the last time. They could only endure the last attack because they didn't have much power left. Consume the elixir. They quickly consumed the elixir to speed up the recovery of their strength and save their lives. The dark golden light fell to the ground and turned into the dark golden giant again. It stood in front of the palace door. The gate of the palace was 1,000 meters tall and 100 meters wide. Although the dark golden giant was only 10 meters tall, it gave off a shocking aura, as if it could hold back 10,000 enemies by itself. It was as if its body had become infinitely large, filling up the entire gate and blocking it. The 3 of you, do you have 6-armed or 8-armed ancient demon origins, or corresponding ancient demon origins? Chunzong immediately asked. At this time, they could only break through and have a stronger strength. Only then would they have a chance to rush out. Enlightened heavenly talisman and the other 2 didn't understand. But they quickly responded. I only have 8 6-armed ancient demon origins. Enlightened heavenly talisman quickly said. I have 1 8-armed ancient demon origins and 9 6-armed ancient demon origins. Master Cho also quickly responded. I don't have much. I only have 6 6-armed ancient demon origins. Immortal Insect Master quickly replied. Lend them to me. Chunzong immediately said, I'll try to break through. Hearing this, the three took out the ancient demon origins and handed them to Chunzong without hesitation. They didn't know what Chunzong wanted to do, but there was still a glimmer of hope. Anyway, they were borrowed by Chunzong. If they could get out alive, it wouldn't be difficult for him to return them with the strength of an unparalleled sword sage. It was just a matter of time. If they couldn't get out alive, it was useless to keep them. Make the best use of them. Chunzong took them without hesitation and immediately let the Will Heavenly Sword absorb them. However, he wasn't sure if the Will Heavenly Sword could successfully transform into a top chaos sacred weapon with the ancient demon origins. If it could, his strength would improve significantly, and he would be more confident in fighting against the Dark Golden Giant. The best-case scenario would be for the Will Heavenly Sword to recover to the level of a top chaos sacred weapon. He would then be able to obtain the feedback of its strength and break through the limit to reach the perfect cosmic indestructible body. In fact, Chunzong didn't plan to break through to the perfect cosmic indestructible body yet because he wanted to have a child. If he broke through to the perfect cosmic indestructible body, he would lose the ability to have children unless he could obtain some treasure that could help with reproduction. Otherwise, he would have to wait until he broke through to the demigod realm. There was still a problem. When Chunzong and Yunyanxin hadn't reached the perfect true saint realm, there was a slight chance that they could have children. However, if one of them reached the perfect true saint realm, it wouldn't work. If Chunzong broke through to the demigod realm, he would have the ability to have children again. Under such circumstances, he would need the cooperation of Yunyanxin. Either Yunyanxin hadn't reached the perfect true saint realm, or she had broken through to the demigod realm. But now they had to break through. Otherwise, without enough strength, they might die here. As for the problem of having children, they would have to leave this place alive first. Although there weren't many treasures that could help with reproduction and were precious, it wasn't impossible to buy them. The Will Heavenly Sword quickly devoured the ancient demon origins. The four of them quickly scattered to avoid being caught by the Dark Golden Giant. After the Dark Golden Giant blocked the door, it stepped forward again. As it stepped forward, the pressure became stronger and stronger, suppressing everything. The four of them once again rushed into the palace, using the spaciousness of the palace to distance themselves from the dark golden giant, and by time, the will heavenly sword continued to devour, and its aura became stronger and stronger. When the last 8-armed ancient demon's origin was devoured, Chunzong immediately felt the will heavenly sword tremble slightly and let out a series of sword hums. The sword hums were melodious and pleasing to the ear, and it was full of joy. When one heard it, they couldn't help but feel a burst of joy from the bottom of their hearts. Chunzong couldn't help but show a touch of joy. Finally, after a long time, the will heavenly sword, which had killed and devoured many powerful ancient demon origins, was finally going to recover. In an instant, along with the joyful sword hums, a vigorous and pure power emerged and poured into Chunzong's body. It constantly rushed into Chunzong's cosmic immortal body, causing Chunzong's cosmic immortal body to improve bit by bit. Breakthrough. Break through the bottleneck of the peak of the cosmic immortal body. The sound of something shattering suddenly rang out. Chunzong immediately felt a change in his body. It was a change that came from breaking through the shackles and bottlenecks. In just an instant, a powerful force was born, rapidly circulating through every part of his body. Chunzong immediately felt his body transforming. When the cosmic immortal body reached the peak of the cosmic immortal body, there were still parts of the body that were scattered everywhere. Now, that part of the body had completely disappeared and was replaced by a body made of pure, mixed Yuan heart force. It was the immortal body that had fused with the inner universe. It had the tyrannical power of a body-refining practitioner and the amazing power of a qi cultivator. The combination of the two gave Chunzong greater strength. When the cosmic immortal body reached the peak of the cosmic immortal body, Chunzong could fight with an expert like the Black Flame Saint. If he had to fight with his life on the line, he was even confident that he could kill the Black Flame Saint. Now, he had finally broken through to the peak. The difference between the peak and peak was very obvious. The improvement was also very shocking. Feeling the endless power in his body, Chunzong couldn't help but smile. The feeling of being filled with tyrannical power was really wonderful. It made him feel very comfortable, and he didn't want to leave this state. My strength has at least doubled. Chunzong couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Double. This was an increase in overall strength, not just in one aspect. A double increase was very impressive, and this double increase only referred to the improvement of his physical strength. It didn't include the Heavenly Will Sword's upgrade from an ordinary chaotic divine weapon to a top chaotic divine weapon. If it was included, it wouldn't be double. At least this double increase gave Chunzong more confidence to fight against the Dark Golden Giant. Instead of retreating, Chunzong exploded with extreme speed. He approached the Dark Golden Giant at a speed much faster than before. The Dark Golden Giant also attacked at the first moment. It punched out, violent and direct, but very tyrannical. It had a feeling that it was invincible. The punch shattered the void and directly created a hole. Chunzong's body was also directly shattered, but it was only an afterimage. Chunzong's speed was even faster. He dodged the Dark Golden Giant's violent punch and appeared beside it. He slashed the Dark Golden Giant's neck with his sword. Shenshao, with his own strength doubled, the power of the Heavenly Will Sword had at least doubled. When stacked together, it was more than twice. It was even more terrifying, causing the power of Shenxiao's sword to increase dramatically. The fast, accurate, and ruthless sword slashed directly on the Dark Golden Giant's neck. Instantly, the extremely tough skin was cut and torn. Previously, Chunzong's sword could only leave shallow scratches. Now it could cut through the skin. The difference was obvious. Being able to hurt the Dark Golden Giant meant that there was hope. enlightened heavenly talisman, and the other two immediately looked expectant. They hoped that Shunzong could defeat the dark golden giant. Even if he couldn't, he had to hold on. Then the four of them could escape. The dark golden giant seemed to be enraged and roared. Chapter 3187. Boom! Boom! The dark golden giant seemed to have been completely enraged. It suddenly exploded, and its fists repeatedly struck at Shunzong. Every punch caused the void to tremble, and the entire palace trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Under the violent punches of the dark golden giant, the surroundings became chaotic. It was as if a whirlpool was spinning rapidly, trying to crush everything. Shunzong immediately felt an incomparably terrifying force attacking him from all directions. 3 times, eternal stars. With a slash of the sword, a star fell and bombarded the body of the dark golden giant with unparalleled strength. The star was 10 meters in size, equivalent to the size of the dark golden giant. In an instant, it exploded with a terrifying power and sent the dark golden giant flying. Good. Enlightened heavenly talisman, and the other two were delighted. This was the first time that they had repelled the dark golden giant dozens of meters away. The dark golden giant landed on the ground with a terrible roar. It was so dull that it seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts, making them feel extremely depressed. Let's go. Shunzong did not intend to continue fighting with the dark golden giant. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword again. 3 times, eternal stars. The 10-meter star shadow spun and bombarded the dark golden giant again. Enlightened heavenly talisman, and the other two immediately reacted and rushed toward the palace gate. As long as they rushed out of the palace, they would have a greater chance of escaping in such a vast space. Once again, the golden giant was hit by the eternal star's head-on and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Its body trembled as if it was about to fall apart. The eternal stars, the most important move, was performed by Chunzong with the power of the complete realm of the universe, undying body, and the power of a top chaotic divine weapon. Moreover, it was amplified by 3 times. Its power was extremely terrifying. After repelling the dark golden giant, Chunzong turned into a sword light and flew toward the palace gate. Roar! The dark golden giant became even more furious. Its body trembled. An even more resplendent light shone from its body. Its aura skyrocketed, and after shattering the star projection, it punched out with its 2 fists, sending 2 huge, dark golden true suns towards the palace gate with a domineering power. Danger! A strong sense of crisis struck, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. However, the 2 balls of light from the dark golden giant were even faster. They directly hit the door and exploded. Incomparably dazzling dark golden light burst out in all directions and spread rapidly. Finally, it covered the huge door and turned into a dark golden membrane. Break! Daoist Cho struck out with his palm without holding back. Daoist Chao's expression changed drastically at the moment of impact. He could only feel that the dark golden membrane was extremely tough. He was unable to break through it. Instead, the power of his palm was shattered. Break! Daoist Heavenly Talisman shot out a divine blade talisman. The divine blade was extremely sharp, and it pierced through the dark golden membrane. However, after piercing an inch into the membrane, it couldn't penetrate any further. Under the rebounding force of the membrane, the divine blade talisman started to crack. The 1,000-legged black dragon centipede directly charged forward. The 1,000-legged black dragon centipede's sharp claws slashed horizontally. It was as if there was no force exerted, and it was impossible to cut it open. They couldn't get out. The 3 of them revealed a look of despair. None of them had expected that the dark golden giant would have such a technique. If they couldn't get out, it meant that they would be trapped here until they died. This scene fell into the eyes of Chunzong. Chunzong's expression also changed greatly. How could it be? The light on the dark golden giant's body was withdrawn. There were some unique patterns on the surface of its body. The patterns were pure gold. It was a very dazzling gold. It was as if it was shining. It was a sharp contrast to the dark golden skin. The dark golden giant covered with dazzling golden patterns looked more mysterious and noble, like a king. Chunzong's expression was extremely solemn. The aura directly locked onto him, making it impossible for him to dodge. In just an instant, the dark golden giant burst out with extreme speed and punched out. The fist force was restrained and extremely terrifying. Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light was heavy and overbearing, but it was shattered in an instant. Chunzong was sent flying backward. Under the impact of the terrifying force, the indestructible body of the universe, which had reached perfection, trembled continuously. Cracks appeared all over his body. It was like a porcelain that had been smashed and could shatter at any time. The next moment, all the cracks disappeared, and the indestructible body of the universe returned to normal. However, Chunzong's expression was very solemn. The complete, indestructible body of the universe was twice as strong as the peak of the greater mastery. In all aspects, it was hard to imagine that a single punch had consumed 10% of the mixed Yuan heart force. In this state, the dark golden giant's strength was even more terrifying. He originally thought that after breaking through to the complete, indestructible body of the universe, his strength would increase greatly. Now, it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. Fight! Since that was the case, he would fight. He would fight to the death. Stirring up the mixed Yuan heart force, Chunzong struck out with his sword, displaying the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. The complete, indestructible body of the universe not only doubled the strength of his body, but also the mixed yuan heart force that he controlled was twice as strong and pure. His recovery speed was also doubled. This gave Chunzong the ability to fight for a longer period of time. However, the dark golden giant's strength was even more terrifying now that its body was covered with dazzling golden patterns. Chunzong couldn't do anything to it. Even Shun Xiao, who had unleashed 3 times the mixed yuan heart force, couldn't break open its body and cause any damage. As for 5 times the mixed yuan heart force, it consumed too much of the mixed yuan heart force. Moreover, he wasn't confident that he could kill it. At most, he could injure it, or even just slightly. In the fierce battle, Chunzong's expression was solemn. His mind was spinning rapidly, constantly thinking and observing. He carefully stared at the dazzling golden divine patterns on the surface of the dark golden giant's body. Suddenly, he felt that those golden divine patterns were somewhat mysterious. He unconsciously thought of the Titan battle technique that he had comprehended on the broken stone tablet. One blow, Chunzong blocked it with his sword, but he was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by the terrifying fist force. He crashed into the palace wall. However, Chunzong's expression revealed a hint of joy. Suddenly, everything became clear. It was a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. The bottleneck that he had encountered during the final comprehension also disappeared in an instant. Chunzong was suddenly enlightened. What was even more delightful was that he could use the Titan battle technique. That was a unique battle technique like a martial art, but also like a secret technique. In that case, let me try out the power of this giant god battle technique. With a thought, Chunzong's mixed yuan heart force was immediately mobilized in a unique way. Wisps of pale golden light suddenly diffused from Chunzong's body. This scene immediately attracted the attention of enlightened heavenly talisman and the others. Under the pale golden light, Chunzong's body began to swell. Bursts of strange sounds constantly sounded. Chunzong's body grew increasingly bigger, and the aura he emitted became more vigorous, tyrannical, and overbearing. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong became a 10-meter-tall little giant. The sword robe on his body was tattered, and the exposed skin was covered with pale, golden lines. They looked somewhat similar to the lines on the dark golden giant, but they were not as complicated, dense, and dazzling. The heavenly will sword in the hands of Chunzong, who had grown to a height of 10 meters, was like an embroidery needle. Power. Chunzong only felt that the power of his body was incomparably strong, many times stronger than before. 10 times. Chunzong's sharp senses told him that the power in his body had increased tenfold. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, this 10 times was only a 10 times increase in physical strength, not a 10 times increase in overall strength. The increase in overall strength was related to various aspects, and physical strength was only a small part of it. Even so, a 10 times increase in physical strength was still very amazing. If it was a chi refining cultivator, a 10 times increase in physical strength was actually not that obvious, but for a body refining cultivator, a 10 times increase in physical strength had a completely different meaning. Chunzong was not a body refining cultivator, but the strength of the indestructible body of the universe, which was integrated with the inner universe, was not inferior to a body refining cultivator of the same level. The 10 times increase in physical strength was very significant for Chunzong's overall strength. Chunzong could also feel that the strength of his body was also increasing. In other words, his defense had increased probably by 10 times. 10 times increase in strength, 10 times increase in defense. What amazing Titan battle technique. Chunzong was even more shocked. However, the speed did not change, and the consumption of mixed yuan heart force was 10 times faster than before. This meant that the Titan battle technique could not be used for long. Change. With a thought, the heavenly will sword immediately moved according to his will. It rapidly increased in size by 10 times and was suitable for Chunzong to use again. 10 meters, it was not inferior to the dark golden giant. The light golden lines on its body were also somewhat similar, and the aura it exuded was very domineering, blazing and vigorous. This is Immortal Heavenly Talisman. Taoist Cho and Perfected Insect Master were even more shocked. Has the sword sage already comprehended the mystery on the stone tablet? Seeing the light golden lines on Chun Zong's body after he transformed into a giant, which was obviously similar to the lines on the dark golden giant, they all guessed that it was very likely. They also thought it was very likely, which was why they felt it was inconceivable and even more shocked. It should be known that they could not comprehend the mystery, no matter how hard they tried, but Chun Zong could. Was the gap really that big? On the other side, Chun Zong held the enlarged heavenly will sword and immediately attacked the dark golden giant. His speed did not change, and he was not affected by the giant's size at all. Once he was slowed down, the sword suddenly pierced forward. The huge sword soared across the sky. Chun Zong's physical strength, which had increased by 10 times, was completely unleashed through this sword attack. With the addition of his powerful mixed Yuan heart force, the might of this sword attack of Chun Zong's had increased by several times. The dark golden giant also fiercely punched forward, and without hesitation, it collided with Chun Zong's giant sword. Immediately, an incomparably ear-piercing roar sounded, shaking in all directions. The terrifying aftershock tore apart the surroundings and quickly spread out. The sword could not help but be repelled, and so was Chun Zong. Although he had transformed into a giant, and his strength had increased by 10 times, he was still not as strong as the dark golden giant. Chun Zong was not discouraged at all. Instead, he revealed a smile, because after using the giant god battle technique, his strength had indeed increased by several times. He was now truly capable of contending with the dark golden giant. Chapter 3188. In the huge palace, two 10-meter-tall giants were engaged in a desperate fight. Slash! Chunzong raised the heavenly sword high in the air. His body stretched out, and a world-shaking sword condensed and exploded. The sword, under Chunzong's cold gaze, suddenly slashed down. It was as if he had used up all the strength in his body to cleave everything apart. The void beneath the giant sword was completely shattered and severed. The sword inevitably hit the shoulder of the dark golden giant. Under the terrible burst of power, the sword broke the skin of the dark golden giant's shoulder and cut into it, but it was stuck. The dark golden giant's body was too strong. Boom! The dark golden giant ignored the giant's sword on its shoulder and condensed an extremely powerful force in its fists. It mercilessly punched at Chunzong's head, trying to shatter it. Chunzong pulled out his sword and pulled back. After dodging the dark golden giant's fists, he slashed again and hit the wound on the dark golden giant's shoulder, further deepening the wound. Pulling back, retreating, rushing forward, and slashing. The series of movements flowed smoothly, not slowed down at all because of the giant's size. After Chunzong used the Titan tactics, his strength increased several times. He finally had the strength to contend with the dark golden giant head-on. Now that he could fight with the dark golden giant, his various means and swordsmanship could be used incisively and vividly. After this battle, Chunzong discovered that the dark golden giant's true strength was its physique and strength. Its unparalleled defense and extremely domineering strength were relatively ordinary in terms of martial arts techniques. It was completely on the path of one who could defeat 10 people with brute strength. Previously, Chunzong's strength was far from the dark golden giant's. Even though he had superb swordsmanship, he could not do anything to the dark golden giant. Instead, he was repeatedly injured by the dark golden giant's fists. But now the situation began to change. Every strike of Chunzong's had the power to hurt the dark golden giant, and his superb swordsmanship could finally be effective. Even though the dark golden giant's body had increased to 10 meters in size, Chunzong's swordsmanship was not affected at all. The situation of the battle was suddenly reversed. In terms of strength and physique, Chunzong was indeed inferior to the dark golden giant, but in terms of superb swordsmanship and flexibility, he was superior. The rhythm began to be grasped by Chunzong. Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were penetrating, as if he could see through everything. He dodged the golden giant's fists, and each of his sword strikes landed on his opponent, leaving behind wounds. Mixed Yuan heart force was consumed at an alarming rate. Although its recovery speed was fast, it still could not keep up. Finish this battle quickly. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Chen's attack. Triple. Eternal Ancient Star. The dark golden giant's body. Arms in A. Dark golden giant's arms. Cake dark golden giant's arms. It's strong. Chunzong's expression turned increasingly cold and solemn. His eyes also became increasingly bright and sharp. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. 5 times. Mixed Yuan heart force. The explosion was accompanied by a terrifying and boundless sword essence. It tore the void apart. Wisps of black appeared. They were deeper than the abyss. They were filled with an unparalleled power of destruction. Wisps of black aura spread out from those cracks. They gathered and lingered on the giant's sword. The giant's sword was dyed black. Destruction. Annihilation. This was a terrifying sword. It was also Chunzong's most powerful sword. Everything in the world returned to ruins. The eruption of 5 times Chaos Origin Heart Force immediately made this sword's power explosively increase twofold. Kill. The Dark Golden Giant was resisting the direct impact of the Dark Golden Giant. The bright golden lines on its body flickered. It seemed to have stimulated an even more powerful force. Finally, it resisted the Dark Golden Giant. With a boom, the Dark Golden Giant shattered. At the same time, Chunzong suddenly rushed forward. The incomparably dark giant sword that seemed to be able to absorb all light slashed out. The slash was an extremely dark sword light. The sword light was filled with an unparalleled power of destruction. It made the hearts of enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two tremble. The power of the sword was terrifying. The dark golden giant seemed to have sensed the danger. It roared. The golden light on its body became brighter and brighter. However, it had no intention of dodging. It rushed forward and used its shoulder to collide. It was like a falling comet that wanted to smash and destroy everything. Under the extreme collision, everything was annihilated. All the light turned black and white. All the sound seemed to have been destroyed and disappeared. It caused the palace to fall into a state of silence. It was an extremely uncomfortable silence. Fortunately, this sort of feeling came and went quickly. Light recovered and sound reappeared, and the pitch-black and golden lights fluctuated intensely like layers upon layers of violent waves that surged and surged without end. They filled the surroundings and seemed like a violent gale that was blowing and sweeping through everything with the intention of blowing everything down. Gradually, the golden and black light disappeared. Two figures were revealed. One of the figures was completely unharmed, but the other figure had many wounds on it. Seeing the unscathed figure, Taoist heavenly talisman and the other two heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a joyful expression. Because the unscathed one was the peerless sword Saint Shinzong, and the damaged one was the dark golden giant. The power of the return of all things in the world sword attack that was unleashed with 5 times the mixed Yuan heart force became extremely terrifying. It immediately injured the dark golden giant. A huge sword mark appeared on the dark golden giant's body. The sword mark constantly emitted wisps of dark aura. It emitted a terrifying and direct wave of annihilation. However, the dark golden giant was still not killed. It could still fight. Shinzong was secretly shocked. He only had 30% of his mixed Yuan heart force left, and it was still being consumed. As long as he maintained the Titan battle technique, his mixed Yuan heart force would continue to be consumed. The last sword, Shinzong unleashed 3 times the mixed Yuan heart force and displayed the divine sword. The giant sword soared across the sky, blooming with an unparalleled brilliance. It stole all the brilliance in the world. It was extremely dazzling and sharp. Kill. The dark golden giant was severely injured and could not dodge for a while. It also did not have any extra strength to resist, and its neck was instantly cut off. The head flew high into the air and tumbled endlessly. However, there was no blood at the place where the head had been severed. The dark golden giant had died long ago. All that was left was a corpse. It was a corpse that could move for some reason. Enlightened heavenly talisman and the others were overjoyed. Finally, They killed the terrifying dark golden giant. Qinzong did not immediately deactivate the Titan battle technique. He first confirmed that the dark golden giant was truly dead before deactivating it. His mixed Yuan heart force was almost exhausted. Fortunately, once he deactivated the Titan battle technique, his mixed Yuan heart force was no longer consumed. It recovered at an astonishing speed. In less than 10 breaths, it had recovered a little. Sword Saint, we are lucky to have you. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman walked over and sighed. Sword Saint, you transformed into a giant just now. Did you comprehend it from the broken stone tablet? Perfected Insect, Controlling Monarch, asked impatiently. That's right. It's called the Titan Battle Technique. I comprehended it from the broken stone tablet. Qinzong replied with a smile. His mixed Yuan heart force was constantly operating, accelerating the recovery of his mixed Yuan heart force. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the others suddenly burst out with intense light. They were all shocked. It was true. I wonder if Your Excellency, Sword Saint can. Perfected Insect Controlling Monarch immediately opened his mouth, wanting to ask Qinzong to impart it to him. However, he paused because he also realized that such a secret technique could only be comprehended by one's own ability. The peerless Sword Saint could comprehend it, while the three of them could not. It was their ability and also their opportunity. Although they came here together to seek opportunities, there was no rule that said whoever obtained an opportunity had to share it with the others. The effect of the Titan battle technique, displayed by Qinzong, was astonishing. It was an incomparably superior inheritance. How could such an inheritance be imparted so easily? To be fair, if they were in Qinzong's shoes, would they be willing to impart such an opportunity? They probably wouldn't be willing. Okay. Qinzong nodded. Suddenly, the three people were stunned, thinking that they were hallucinating. Qinzong had no intention of keeping it to himself. After all, it was also because of Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and Daoist Cho that he was able to come to the ruins and obtain the Titan battle technique. As for Perfected Insect Controlling Monarch, they were partners. Since he was going to impart it, there was no difference whether he imparted 2 or 3. The three people were stunned at first, and then they all made an oath in the great Tao of the universe that they would never impart the Titan battle technique to anyone else. If they violated it, they would be counterattacked by the great Tao they mastered and die. You're too serious, Qinzong just said. Immediately, he began to impart the Titan battle technique. With Qinzong's imparting, the three people were enlightened. So that was it. But soon, the three people all found that the Titan battle technique was not very useful to them. After all, the three of them were not body refining practitioners, and they didn't even practice body refining. Daoist Cho mainly cultivated qi and did not practice body refining. His palm technique was exquisite, but the most powerful thing was his sorrow. Even if he used the Titan battle technique, the increase in strength was not as good as Qinzong's. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman mainly cultivated talismans, so the Titan battle technique was not of much help. At best, it made him more resistant to beatings. In fact, it was useless. When he really encountered an invincible expert, he would still die. As for Perfected Insect Controlling Monarch, his battle strength was on insects and his strength was very average. The Titan battle technique was actually better than nothing. But in any case, the Titan battle technique was very mysterious and had something worth comprehending. Perhaps after comprehending it, they could finally absorb some of its mysteries and apply them, which could be better used for themselves and improve their strength. Thank you for your imparting, Sword Sage. If you have any errands in the future, just let me know. I will try my best to do it. Perfected Insect Controlling Monarch said solemnly. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and Daoist Cho also expressed that although the Titan battle technique was not very useful to them, it was also a great opportunity. The peerless sword sage, Chunzong, was willing to impart it to them, which was a kindness that they should remember. That was how people should be. You're welcome. Chunzong smiled. His mixed Yuan heart force had recovered 30%, and he was able to fight again. However, he still had to wait until he fully recovered before leaving. Chapter 3189. Inside the palace, four figures faced the door, which was covered by a layer of dark golden film. It was the work of the Golden Giant. Although the Golden Giant had been beheaded by Chunzong, the dark golden film still existed. Sword Saint, we can only leave it to you, said enlightened heavenly talisman. They had attacked earlier, but they couldn't do anything to the film. Chunzong nodded and instantly drew his sword. The heavenly will sword seemed to disappear into the void, leaving only a ray of sword light that took away all the brilliance. It was as condensed as divine steel and was silent, but dazzling to the extreme. This sword strike didn't explode, and it didn't need to explode. Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force had already recovered to 100%. With the cultivation of the perfect, undying body of the universe, this sword strike was even more powerful. The dark golden film was extremely tough. When the sword light struck, Chunzong immediately felt an extremely tough resistance. There was also a rebounding force that was about to explode. However, these forces were all shattered by this sword strike. This sword strike was invincible. Qi-La, the dark golden membrane, was instantly slashed open, and as if it had a mind of its own, it actually began to ripple violently, desperately trying to heal itself. Unfortunately, Chunzong swung his sword a few more times, causing that crack to become even larger and longer. Let's go. The four immediately rushed out of the palace through the crack. Standing outside the palace, they looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. Dangerous! Dangerous! extremely dangerous. If Chunzong hadn't broken through his cultivation and comprehended the giant god battle technique, the four of them would probably have died here. Quickly adjusting their mood and state, the four immediately set off toward the depths again. Even though they'd encountered a life and death crisis, it wasn't enough to make them feel fear and leave. To be able to cultivate until now, they'd experienced countless dangers and faced countless life and death crises. But didn't they all survive like this? They'd long since cultivated to an extremely tenacious will. Moreover, to obtain an opportunity, one must bear the corresponding danger. This was a principle that all normal people understood. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more giant wanderers. However, none of them could compare to the dark golden giant. Chunzong could easily kill them with a swing of his sword. Comparatively speaking, enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two didn't gain much since entering this place. The Titan battle technique was taught to them by Chunzong, so it didn't improve them significantly. Only Chunzong's strength improved tremendously. His cultivation base had broken through from the pinnacle of the undying body of the universe to the complete level, and his strength had doubled. This kind of improvement did not rely on any secret technique. It was just a normal increase in strength. If he used a secret technique, it would be even more terrifying. In particular, the Titan battle technique was extremely astonishing. Once it was used, it would increase one's physical strength and body strength by 10 times. The increase was also very significant. The disadvantage was that the consumption of energy was increased by 10 times, and it could not be maintained for too long. Another point was that the Titan battle method was the inheritance of the giant race. He was a human, which was different from the giant race. Therefore, he could not completely exert the power of the Titan battle method to the fullest, but it could also be used as a trump card that could dramatically increase his strength. My current normal strength should be enough to suppress Black Flame Saint, Chunzong thought to himself. Moreover, he had just broken through to the complete level of the undying body of the universe. There was still room for improvement. He had not reached the limit of the complete level. If he reached the limit of the complete level, then his strength would continue to increase. In addition, the upper limit of his swordsmanship would also be raised. He could further improve. From now to the limit of the complete level, it should be more than enough to double my overall strength. Chunzong thought to himself. If his current normal strength was doubled, then his strength would be extremely terrifying. However, Chunzong was not sure what level he would be at on the real chaos board with such strength. Perhaps he would be able to rush into the top 30. As for the higher ranking, it was hard to say. On the real chaos board, the higher the ranking, the more tyrannical the strength of the person. Deeper, deeper, and deeper. The deeper he went, the stronger the annihilation aura felt. Strands of it permeated from the cracks in the sky. Chunzong suddenly had an idea. Now that his cultivation had increased from the peak of the profound realm to the complete level, his mixed element heart force was more tyrannical, and the strength of the undying body of the universe had doubled. Perhaps he could give it a try. With this thought in mind, Chunzong pondered for a while and began to try. Absorb. He absorbed a trace of the power of annihilation and wrapped it around his finger. Chunzong immediately felt the terror of the power of annihilation. It actually destroyed his finger quickly and silently. One breath. In just one breath's time, Chunzong's finger was annihilated by the annihilation aura. So strong. Chunzong was secretly shocked. He made a prompt decision to cut off his finger to prevent the power of annihilation from spreading to his palm and other parts of his body. After consuming the mixed element heart force to restore his finger, Chunzong once again absorbed a strand of the power of annihilation and wrapped it around his finger. This time, he used the mixed element heart force to resist the power of annihilation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. His finger was intact, but the mixed element heart force was constantly consumed. When the power of annihilation was exhausted, 10% of Chunzong's mixed element heart force was also consumed. It consumed so much, Chunzong's eyes narrowed, and he was secretly shocked. 10%. With his current cultivation, 10% of his mixed element heart force was consumed by a strand of the power of annihilation. That was only a strand of the power of annihilation. It could be seen how terrifying the power of annihilation was. Chunzong secretly estimated and realized that even if he exhausted his mixed yuan heart force, he still wouldn't be able to refine the mixed yuan heart force. He could only give up on this thought. However, this was also because the annihilation force here was too tyrannical. If there wasn't such a strong annihilation force, it would be easier to control. The ruins seemed endless, but in fact there was an end. The end was a mountain. This mountain was around 3,000 meters tall. It was extremely lofty and enormous, and it emitted traces of an indescribably heavy aura. It was like a wave of pressure that caused Chunzong and the others to unconsciously reveal solemn expressions. Breathing became difficult, as if it was suppressed. What a terrifying pressure. There must be some treasure on this mountain. Insect-controlling sage's eyes lit up. He immediately released the flying insects and flew towards the mountain as the vanguard to explore the way. This was the strategy of everyone. There was no need to say more. The swarm of flying insects was very fast. They quickly flew towards the pitch-black, 3,000-meter-tall mountain. The closer they got, the slower they became. It was as if they were affected and suppressed by an invisible force. In the end, the flying insects were unable to move. They seemed to be carrying an unbearable weight and fell down one after another. This scene made everyone's expression even more dignified. Thinking of the dark golden giant that they had encountered in the palace and the life-and-death crisis, they did not immediately move forward rashly and approach the Black Mountain. Fortune comes from danger. Taoist Cho sighed slightly. Then, he stepped out and slowly walked toward the Black Mountain. Perhaps there was some opportunity in the Black Mountain. Since they had come, they had to give it a try. It would not be too late to retreat if they found that it was impossible. They were all peak, true Saint Realm experts and had indestructible bodies. Even if they encountered any danger, they would not be killed instantly. There was always a chance for them to survive. Taoist Cho walked out step by step and approached the Black Mountain step by step. Chunzong and the others stared at Taoist Cho. If there was any danger, they would immediately help. Taoist Cho walked out slowly with a dignified expression. Gradually, he felt that the pressure was gradually increasing. At first, already made it difficult for them to breathe. The deeper they went, the more obvious and intense the feeling became. Even Taoist Cho's footsteps slowed down. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Taoist Cho could barely move. The pressure was too strong. It was as if an invisible, ancient, divine mountain was directly pressing down on him. He almost could not move. After several attempts, Taoist Cho still stopped and could not move forward. He had no choice but to retreat with some regret. The more he retreated, the weaker the pressure became. There is no danger. It's just that the pressure is getting stronger and stronger. I can't climb the mountain. Taoist Cho retreated to the side of everyone and said while panting. After walking this distance, it was as if he had fought a fierce battle with a strong enemy. He was very tired. "Let me try," Perfected Insect Master said. Then black smoke rolled out. Accompanied by the whistling of the wind and a vigorous roar, the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede appeared again. "Go!" Perfected Insect Master commanded the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede. Immediately, the 10-meter-long body covered with blade-like legs quickly flew forward. The 6-bone wings on its back vibrated at high speed. Its speed was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. However, the closer it got to the Black Mountain, the slower the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede became. Finally, when it reached the foot of the mountain, it stopped and could only move forward bit by bit. It stopped 100 meters above the mountain and could not move forward anymore. Come back. Perfected Insect Master had no choice but to call back the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede. I don't think I can do it either, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman said. However, he did not intend to give up. He also stepped out and kept moving forward. Although Taoist Cho and Perfected Insect Master had failed one after another, it did not mean that Enlightened Heavenly Talisman would fail. The world of cultivation was like this. Sometimes cultivators were looking for opportunities but could not find them. Sometimes opportunities were looking for people. You may have taken a fancy to me, but I may not have taken a fancy to you. This was the principle. Perhaps Taoist Cho and Perfected Insect Master could not climb the mountain because they could not get the opportunity. In other words, they were rejected by the so-called opportunity, so they could not climb the mountain. However, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman might be chosen by the opportunity and be able to climb the mountain smoothly. It sounded like a fantasy, but it was not impossible. In the world of cultivation, such situations were not rare. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman collected his thoughts and walked forward, step by step, towards the Black Mountain. He approached the Black Mountain meter by meter, withstanding the heavy pressure, and finally reached the foot of the mountain. Chapter 3190. As it turned out, sometimes it was just an illusion. At the foot of the 3,000-meter-high Black Mountain, enlightened Heavenly Talisman paused and tried to raise his right foot to take a step forward. However, it was as if he was blocked by an invisible staircase. His foot could not land on the ground, no matter how hard he tried. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's face flushed red, and he exerted all his strength. It was useless. Just like Taoist Cho, he could not take another step forward. The invisible pressure became stronger and stronger. With some regret, enlightened Heavenly Talisman did not encounter any obstruction when he took a step back. He finally returned to his original position. It seems that I am not the fated one. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman did not forget to mock himself as he gasped for breath. Then he looked at Chunzong and said, "Sword Sage, it's up to you." No matter what, Chunzong was the strongest among the four of them. He was much stronger than them, and even comprehended the giant god battle technique in the giant's palace. All these showed that Chunzong had a greater chance. Chunzong nodded and immediately took a step forward, facing the pressure head-on. Relatively speaking, Chunzong was the strongest among the four. This meant that Chunzong had a stronger resistance to the pressure. Perhaps he could really climb the mountain. This pressure made it difficult for Taoist Cho and the other two to breathe. However, Chunzong felt much better. As he approached the Black Mountain step by step, the pressure became stronger and stronger. Chunzong also began to feel more pressure. Soon, Chunzong arrived at the foot of the mountain. The pressure he endured had also reached a shocking height. However, for Chunzong, this pressure was still within the range that he could bear. It did not make it difficult for him to move like Taoist Cho and enlightened Heavenly Talisman. He took another step forward and put it down again. Taoist Cho, enlightened Heavenly Talisman, and perfected insect controlling master were all delighted. This step meant that Chunzong could go further. Climb the mountain. That step was Chunzong's first step. Then it was the second step, the third step. Step by step, the oppressive aura continued to increase. Not long after, Chunzong reached the 1,000-meter mark and couldn't go any higher. This was the limit of his current cultivation. Even though Chunzong's willpower was amazing, he couldn't go any higher. Too powerful. Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two were shocked beyond words. The gap between them was simply too big. Is this the limit? Chunzong thought to himself, but he didn't want to leave just like that. So, he decided to give it a try. Giant God Battle Technique. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted. Strands of faint golden divine inscriptions appeared with his chest as the center. They quickly spread out in all directions, covering everything. In just a short span of 3 breaths, Chunzong's body was covered with the pale, golden lines. Terrifying sounds rang out continuously, and a series of explosions rang out continuously. Chunzong's body began to swell. From a height of less than 2 meters, it immediately exceeded 2 meters, then 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Finally, Chunzong's body soared to a height of 10 meters. He was like a small giant standing at the 1,000-meter mark of the mountain. The aura he exuded became more and more powerful. In an instant, Chunzong immediately felt that the oppressive aura had decreased by a lot. In fact, it wasn't that the oppressive aura had decreased, but that after Chunzong used the giant God battle technique, the strength and toughness of his body had increased tenfold. He had a stronger resistance to the oppressive aura. However, using the giant God battle technique would intensify the mixed elements. The consumption of heart force was 10 times greater. With his current cultivation and the total amount of mixed elements heart force and the speed of recovery, he could only hold on for a quarter of an hour at most. A quarter of an hour was actually very short. Chunzong didn't dare to waste any time. After using the giant God battle technique, he immediately continued to climb the mountain. Because of the sudden increase in size, Chunzong's distance with each step increased. Continue climbing. Continue climbing. The giant God battle technique. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two couldn't help but reveal a look of envy. This kind of secret technique was indeed very amazing, but unfortunately, the benefits it brought to them were very small. Insect controlling true monarch pondered. Perhaps he could try to apply the giant god battle technique to the insect beasts. If he succeeded, the strength of the insect beasts would increase several times, which would be equivalent to his own strength increasing several times. This was indeed a principle that was worth a try. Chunzong climbed the mountain rapidly. The higher he climbed, the stronger the oppressive aura became. After climbing another 500 meters, Chunzong felt that the oppressive aura was so strong that it was almost suppressing him. Moreover, the consumption of mixed elements heart force was much more severe than normal, so that there wasn't much left of his vigorous mixed elements heart force. It can only support me for another 100 meters at most, Chunzong secretly said, intending to give up, because once the mixed elements heart force was exhausted, he would not be able to continue climbing, and he would not be able to maintain the state of the giant god battle technique. At that time, it would be very difficult to retreat. If he was trapped here and died, it would be over. With this thought, Chunzong was about to withdraw the giant god battle technique when suddenly, from under his feet, a mysterious and unpredictable power emerged. In an instant, the power poured into his body through his feet and swept through every part of his body. Chunzong only felt that his giant god body seemed to be endowed with a new power and no longer needed the mixed elements heart force to maintain it. Chunzong was secretly surprised. What exactly was that power? Why could it maintain its giant god battle technique? The mixed elements heart force was no longer consumed. Relying only on the power of the giant god battle technique to resist the increasingly heavy and powerful oppressive aura of the Black Mountain, the little remaining mixed elements heart force was rapidly restored. Since that was the case, Chunzong thought, and once again started climb. Perhaps, after reaching the top, the secret would be unraveled. Climbing, continuously climbing, the power to maintain the giant god battle technique was also constantly consumed. But every time it was about to be exhausted, a power would emerge from the Black Mountain under his feet and pour into his body through his feet, maintaining the giant god battle technique. The mixed elements heart force was restored to its peak. Even if there were any unexpected changes, as long as there was enough mixed elements heart force, it could be used and exploded. Under the gaze of enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two, Chunzong climbed higher and higher, gradually approaching the top of the mountain. They all instinctively thought that if there was an opportunity, it might be at the top of the mountain. Comparisons were odious. Whether there was an opportunity or not, being able to reach the top was in itself a kind of proof. The 10-meter-tall Chunzong finally took the last step and set foot on the top of the Black Mountain. There was nothing there, nothing at all. Chunzong quickly swept his gaze over, his eyes extremely sharp and flashing repeatedly, but still found nothing. Forget it. I can only leave. It cannot be said that he gained nothing. At least, in the process of climbing, he constantly resisted the pressure of the Black Mountain, invisibly tempering his spiritual will and becoming more tenacious. But this kind of improvement was not obvious. But since there was no other gain, he might as well leave and look for other. A fortuitous encounter. Just as Chunzong was about to descend the mountain suddenly trembled, startling Chunzong. He thought it was an illusion, but the next moment, the mountain immediately began to tremble continuously. An inexplicable aura also spread out with the trembling of the mountain. It was a mysterious and unfathomable aura, a powerful and magnificent aura, which was awakening. Chunzong's expression could not help but change drastically. He immediately began to run, rushing down the Black Mountain as quickly as he could. He was so fast that he was like a streak of light, but he also carried the might of lightning. Rush, rush, rush. The mountain trembled more and more violently. Sword Sage, hurry up. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman immediately shouted. The three of them were very nervous. The reason for the trembling of the Black Mountain was unknown, and the aura that spread out had a trace of indescribable magnificence and power, making people unable to help but feel a sense of oppression from the bottom of their hearts, as if they were facing a great and terrifying oppression. Chunzong kept running, but unfortunately, because of the pressure, he could not fly at all, otherwise he would be faster. The trembling of the Black Mountain became more and more intense. The moment Chunzong rushed down the foot of the mountain, a series of cracking sounds came from the Black Mountain, which was very ear-piercing and deafening. Along with the appearance of cracks on the Black Mountain, pieces of rocks began to roll down, rumbling like a mountain torrent. It was even more terrifying than an avalanche. This kind of power caused Chunzong's expression to change greatly. When Chunzong rushed down the foot of the mountain, he immediately found that the mixed Yuan heart force was once again consumed because the mysterious power that supported the Titan battle technique had disappeared. The moment Chunzong's feet left the Black Mountain, it disappeared. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Violent and mighty roars sounded, and the earth trembled along with the Black Mountain. Lines of cracks began to spread with the Black Mountain as the center. Soon, Chunzong rushed to where Enlightened Heavenly Talisman was. The four of them ran wildly and quickly escaped until they were far away, no longer affected. What's going on? The four of them looked gravely at the Black Mountain that was constantly cracking. Their expressions were incomparably grave. The cracks on the mountain increased, and the boundless aura that was like the sea became more and more intense. It constantly rushed over, making the four of them feel as insignificant as dust from the bottom of their hearts. In the end, the peak of the mountain completely shattered, revealing a huge head. That's right, there was no mistake, there was no blur. It was indeed a head, a huge head. The head was a dim silver color, and there were strands of unique patterns on it. It looked very mysterious and strange, as if it contained endless mysteries. The top of the mountain was actually a head. Could it be that there were more cracks, and the trembling was more intense? Huge pieces of mountain rocks peeled off, gradually revealing a huge and incomparably strong body. Then, the ground shook violently, as if something was about to break out of the ground. The ground on both sides shook and undulated, as if two huge dragons were rolling underground. Retreat. Chunzong and the other three had no choice but to continue retreating further and carefully observing. What was this? A giant. An unprecedentedly tall and strong giant? It was unimaginable. This black mountain was a full 3,000 meters tall. Could this giant be 3,000 meters tall? 3,000 meters tall? What kind of concept was that? Chapter 3191. It was noon, and the sun was hanging high in the sky. Beams of light were like sharp swords, shattering the chill of late autumn. Room 309 of the brilliant Virtue Building, Kuan-Yang Academy, Great Cloud Dynasty. Today, Heavenly God Emperor led the Sun-Moon Deity, the 7 Divine Lords, and 3,000 Divine Generals on a punitive expedition to Crimson Dragon Mountain, Gu Jington. Coldness and hatred flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes. It was an unforgettable hatred that could not be washed away by the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 seas. It was as if this hatred was branded in the deepest part of his soul and would never be forgotten. Lin Zhao still remembered clearly that Gu Jingtian led all the Divine Lords, Divine Generals, and Divine Soldiers on a punitive expedition to Crimson Dragon Mountain. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. The 9,000 meters high Crimson Dragon Mountain was broken and the land within a radius of 300 miles was shattered. Almost all the demons in Crimson Dragon Mountain were slaughtered. The Crimson Dragon, great demon god, was difficult to kill, and his body was suppressed in various places. The great victory of the Divine Court set the world order. After this battle, Heavenly God Emperor held a celebration banquet to reward the soldiers. No one expected that the wine of the 2 Divine Lords and the 7 Divine Lords would be poisoned with the God-felling powder. The God-felling powder was colorless and odorless and could dissipate one's cultivation in a short time. The 2 Divine Lords and the 7 divine lords immediately lost their powerful strength. Heavenly God Emperor Gu Jingtian suddenly attacked and used an unprecedented demonic technique to devour the blood essence of the 2 divine lords and the 7 divine lords. Even the 3,000 divine generals and divine soldiers were not spared. Lin Xiao was one of the 7 divine monarchs, divine monarch Fengshen. Having lost his cultivation, he was no match for Gu Jingtian. His blood essence was completely devoured, and his true spirit was sucked away by a gray stone bead. Divine monarch Fengshen obtained that stone bead when he killed a powerful demon in the Crimson Dragon Mountain. He had never studied it in detail. Under the mysteries of the stone bead, Lin Xiao's divine soul began to reincarnate again and again. After 5,000 years and 99 reincarnations, he finally woke up. However, the process of waking up was a little embarrassing. Lin Xiao is an academic maniac like you interested in ancient mythology? Kai Chung said excitedly. Why don't you join the Research God Department and we can study ancient mythology together? I'm just looking around. Lin Xiao closed the book. On the cover was a middle-aged man dressed in a purple-gold dragon robe. Behind him were the sun, moon, and stars. Beneath his feet were 9 dragons soaring. On the side were 3 bold words, Legacy of the God Emperor. This was the legend of the heavenly God Emperor. After returning the book to Kai Chung, Lin Xiao gently touched his forehead. The swelling had not completely subsided. This was the result of the sword slash, and it was also because of this slash that he had truly awakened. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be like his previous 98 lives, unable to awaken from the moment he was born to the moment he died. If this were to continue, his true spirit might be completely annihilated from the repeated cycles of reincarnation. Old Xiao, you're finally awake. Shinming Wei, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, walked into the room. When he saw Lin Xiao, he immediately winked at him and teased him. It feels pretty good, right? That strike was worth it. Old Shun, that was actually a misunderstanding. Lin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Bad news really spread like wildfire. He reckoned that the entire Cunning Academy had already spread this news. Yes, I trust you. Shin Mingwei nodded, but the teasing look on his face clearly said, continue talking nonsense. I'll believe whatever you say. Lin Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain further. It really was a misunderstanding. At that time, he was walking while thinking about an academic problem. He was completely immersed in it and didn't notice the stone under his feet. He accidentally tripped and fell onto Su Mingyan. His left hand was still pressing on Su Mingyan's chest. He subconsciously pinched it a few times and even said that it was very big and soft. Su Mingyan was immediately dumbfounded. When she came to her senses, her face was flushed red. She was embarrassed and angry. She pushed herself away, picked up the wooden sword, and directly slashed at his head. That strike was done with anger. Lin Xiao fainted from the strike, and a big bump even appeared on his head. It was also that strike that caused his head to shake and awakened his sleeping true spirit. It fused with his soul, and he obtained all his memories. As for the memories of his previous 98 lives, he didn't have any. After all, the souls of the 98 divine lords were all in deep sleep. Old Xiao, I think you should take a leave of absence and leave the academy. Shin Mingwei walked over and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. He said in a serious tone, Su Mingyan might not bicker with you, but the people in the sword combat department might not. Su Mingyan is their goddess. There's also the chief disciple of the combat department, Tang Zhanjuan. He has always treated Su Mingyan as his woman. He will definitely cause trouble for you in class the day after tomorrow. It's fine. Lin Xiao didn't care. He used to be one of the 7 divine lords of the divine court. He had seen all kinds of big scenes, so why would he take such a small matter to heart? You can't underestimate him. Tang Zhangjuan is a 6th-level warrior who passed the Martial Arts Alliance's assessment. He might be ruthless to you, Kai Chung said with a serious face. Lin Xiao nodded, but a lot of information flashed through his mind. After 5,000 years, the world was no longer what it used to be. The Divine Court had become the ancient Divine Court in people's mouths. Everything about the Divine Court had become myths and legends, recorded in books and spread among people. Lin Xiao also noticed that the yuan qi of heaven and earth was very thin, less than 1,000th of what it was 5,000 years ago. What happened in the past 5,000 years that caused the yuan qi of heaven and earth to be so thin? In this life, he was born in Qingtong Village, Linan County, Kunning County, Eastern State, Great Cloud Dynasty. His parents were Lin Zhonghua and Wang Jinyan. Lin Zhonghua was born in a small family, but Wang Jinyan was the daughter of a wealthy family. In theory, they were not compatible, but the two of them liked each other and eloped. They settled in Qingtong Village and gave birth to a daughter and 2 sons, Linya, Lin Xiao, and Lin Tang. The Great Cloud Dynasty valued literature and built enlightenment academies, official academies, and academies. All citizens of the dynasty could enter enlightenment academies at the age of 6 to study for 6 years. Then, according to the results of the major examination, they could enter official academies for another 6 years and participate in the dynasty's comprehensive examination. The academies were divided into ordinary academies, elite academies, and famous academies. There were 8 counties in the eastern state and a total of 13 academies. There was only one famous academy, the Eastern State Academy. There were 4 elite academies, and the remaining 8 were ordinary academies. The Kuanyang Academy was an elite academy. Ordinary academies had a semester of 3 years, elite academies had a semester of 4 years, and famous academies had a semester of 5 years. The academy was divided into various academies. Lin Xiao studied in the Xianzhou Academy, and what he learned in the Xianzhou Academy was to create all kinds of artifacts, from small things like dials to big things like carriages and even ships that sailed on the sea. They all had Xianzhou techniques. Lin Xiao was now 19 years old and was a second-stage student of the mysterious Building Academy. As for martial arts, sword arts, and even archery arts, they gradually became popular hundreds of years ago. Whether it was martial arts, sword arts, or archery arts, they could strengthen the body and also have a certain amount of defensive ability. The Great Cloud Dynasty advocated this and established related organizations such as the Martial Arts Alliance, Sword Arts Alliance, and Archery Arts Alliance. They were very authoritative. Competitions of various levels were regularly held, and the champion would often be rewarded handsomely. Thus, many academies were opened among the people. Each major academy basically had various departments, including the Martial Arts Department, Sword Arts Department, and Archery Department. They were called the 3 major departments of the academies, and the members of the 3 major departments often had a higher status in the academies. Lin Xiao did not join any department and was only obsessed with the mysterious Building Academy, but he still had some basic knowledge. Those who practiced martial arts were called martial artists. Those who practiced sword arts were called sword warriors, and those who practiced bow arts were called bow warriors. Each was divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. Tang Zhangjuan was able to pass the level 6 martial artist examination at the age of 20, which was enough to show his amazing talent. However, Lin Xiao still did not take it to heart. In an environment with such thin heaven and earth yuan qi, it was difficult for extraordinary powers to appear. The so-called martial artists, sword warriors, and so on were just ordinary people. It was only possible for them to have stronger strength and faster speed through years of practice. 5,000 years ago, he could block a river with a casual swing of his sword. Now, a level 9 sword warrior could not even split a stone with a full swing of his sword. Isn't the mysterious Building Academy the same as the mechanical Building Academy? Lin Xiao thought to himself. 5,000 years ago, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Tao initiation realm, and his path forward was cut off. He did not know how to continue improving, so he turned to studying other things such as formations, pills, and mechanisms. His good friend, Lord God of Feathers, was also very proficient in mechanisms, so they exchanged ideas and learned from each other. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao could not suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart. It was the anger and killing intent towards Gu Jingtian, the divine emperor of the heavens. There was also an even deeper pain, the pain of the death of his beloved Sir God Yun and a group of good friends, as well as the pain of the death of his mount, Tianyi. 5,000 years, Gu Jingtian, you should be dead by now. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Gu Jingtian was known as the heavenly divine emperor, but he was not a true god. He did not have an endless lifespan and could only live for 1,000 years at most, unless his cultivation broke through to the next major realm. No, Gu Jingtian devoured the blood essence of the nine of us, so he might be able to break through to the next major realm and live longer. He might even be able to live for more than 5,000 years. Gu Jingtian, it's fine if you are dead, but if you are still alive, I will definitely find you and settle this score. Lin Xiao thought to himself. However, if Gu Jingtian was still alive, he would need to be more powerful than Gu Jingtian in order to find him and take revenge. However, Lin Xiao still had a doubt in his heart. Why did Gu Jingtian do that? Heavenly Divine Emperor, Sun Moon Deity, and the seven Divine Lords were very close, and they were like brothers and sisters. Among the 10 of them, Lord Feng was the strongest, followed by Gu Jingtian. However, Lord Feng was indifferent, and Gu Jingtian liked to be in power, which was why he became the Divine Emperor. Otherwise, the throne would have belonged to Lord Feng. Although Gu Jingtian liked to be in power, he was also a straightforward and upright person. After interacting with him for many years, Lord Fengshen was sure that he was not mistaken. Unless Gu Jingtian had been hiding his true nature from the very beginning, hiding it very, very deeply. As for the truth, 5,000 years had passed, and there was no way to know. Only by finding Gu Jingtian could he solve his doubts. Before that, he had to cultivate and recover his cultivation, or even become stronger. However, in the current era, the qi of heaven and earth had become so thin. He did not know how long it would take to recover his cultivation, and it might even be difficult to do so. In addition, the stone bead was able to bring his real spirit out of his body and reincarnate again and again. It was definitely not an ordinary treasure, and he had to study it carefully. Whether it was cultivation or studying the stone beads, they were all very important. However, the most important thing right now was to fill his stomach. Otherwise, There was a possibility that his true spirit would awaken only to starve to death. That would be a huge joke. Lord Feng starved to death in the past. How funny was that? Chapter 3192. There is an error in the chapter of the Way of the Sword. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 3193. In the ancient demon territory, a greenish-gray light flew across the sky like a comet. It was so fast that it left people speechless. Not only was the greenish-gray light fast, but its aura was also extremely violent and terrifying. As it surged, it seemed to shatter the void. Within the light, there was a terrifying figure with extremely cold eyes. Fast, extremely fast. Chase. The greenish-gray figure streaked across the void at an astonishing speed. Immediately after, it seemed to have used some kind of technique and disappeared into the void. When it reappeared in the next breath, it was already very far away and was rapidly approaching Chunzong and the other three. At this moment, just in front of Chunzong and the other three's escape route, a massive greenish-gray light rushed from the front and spread out. Figures appeared within it. Ancient demons. There were hundreds of ancient demons. 4-armed ancient demons, 6-armed ancient demons, 8-armed ancient demons. The ancient demons unleashed their most tyrannical powers one after another. Their arms continuously blasted out, unleashing waves of terrifying and boundless chi forces. The chi forces crazily attacked as if they could shatter everything. Fist forces. Fist forces that were as terrifying as demonic dragons madly attacked. Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn. The moment the heavenly will sword was unsheathed, it slashed out a dazzling light that streaked across the sky and cut through everything. None of the fist forces were able to withstand Chunzong's sword light attacks, and they were all destroyed. Ocho. Taoist Cho sighed sorrowfully. His sigh was filled with endless sorrow and instantly spread out, attacking the ancient demons' divine souls and wills. They could not help but fall into a trance and fall into a sorrowful and depressed mood. Ancient demons were intelligent life forms, but they were not giants. The giant wanderers in the epic ruins of the universe were also affected by Taoist Chao's sorrow and sorrow. Immediately after, Taoist Cho pushed his palm forward. The palm print that was filled with intense sorrow and sorrow shot toward the ancient demons as if it could destroy everything. Enlightened heavenly talisman's finger shook and immediately shot out a shocking saber light that cut through everything and attacked the ancient demons. Go! Perfected Lord Insect, controlling insect, released clouds of black smoke. The smoke rolled and spread, letting out a series of roars. The 1,000-legged black dragon, Centipede, appeared. It flapped the 6-bone wings on its back and charged toward the ancient demons at an astonishing speed. In just a few short breaths of time, over 100 ancient demons were slaughtered. Chunzong even took away some of the ancient demon origins. However, at this moment, a ray of light flew over from behind. Aura. An extremely tyrannical aura swept out like a storm, as if it could shake and shatter everything. This aura was icy cold and ghastly to the extreme. Moreover, it contained unparalleled brutality, ferocity, and ruthlessness, and it caused one's heart to tremble. Faintly, there seemed to be an incomparably sharp explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. It caused everyone's expressions to change greatly, and they dodged without the slightest hesitation. The moment they dodged, a greenish-gray light blasted through the void. Its power was boundless, causing Taoist Cho and the other two to shudder in fear. Chunzong also revealed a solemn expression as he stared ahead. There was a greenish-gray flame that seemed to be burning endlessly and fiercely. It was extremely shocking. Within the greenish-gray flame, there was an extremely strong figure. An ancient demon. It was an ancient demon. It was an ancient demon dressed in battle armor. This ancient demon did not have 2 arms for arms, 6 arms, or 8 arms. It had 10 arms. A 10-armed ancient demon. Perfected Lord Insect, controlling insect, exclaimed. Perfected Heavenly Talisman and the others were also shocked. It turned out that the rumor was true. There really was a 10-armed ancient demon among the ancient demon clan in the ancient demon territory. Previously, Everyone thought that the eight-armed ancient demon was the strongest ancient demon below the demigod realm in the ancient demon clan and had the strength of an expert on the real chaotic role. However, most of the eight-armed ancient demons were only comparable to those who ranked lower on the real chaotic role. Once they encountered a peerless expert on the real chaotic role, they would be killed. In this case, how could the ancient demon clan dare to invade the demon-slaying territory again and again? Therefore, the human clan and the origin clan speculated that there should be an ancient demon that was more powerful than the eight-armed ancient demon in the ancient demon clan. Later, it was indeed proven that there was such an existence, and that was the 10-armed ancient demon. However, compared to the eight-armed ancient demon, the 10-armed ancient demon rarely appeared and rarely attacked the demon-slaying territory. Therefore, there were some records about the 10-armed ancient demon, but very few cultivators had actually seen the 10-armed ancient demon. A 10-armed ancient demon was definitely more powerful than an 8-armed ancient demon. Just think about it. 2-armed ancient demons were inferior to 4-armed ancient demons. The difference was obvious. The difference between 4-armed ancient demons and 6-armed ancient demons was also obvious. The difference between 6-armed ancient demons and 8-armed ancient demons was even more obvious. Now, the strength of a 10-armed ancient demon was definitely much stronger than that of an 8-armed ancient demon. Chunzong's expression turned solemn as he faced the 10-armed ancient demon standing in the middle of the greenish-gray flames. Its aura was tyrannical, terrifying, and boundlessly tyrannical. The eyes of the 10-armed ancient demon standing in the green-gray flames were extremely cold as a glacier that could freeze everything. When he looked over, enlightened heavenly talisman, Taoist Cho, and perfected insect Immortal immediately felt their hair stand on end. An indescribable feeling of fear and trepidation suddenly erupted and swept through their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Chunzong was the only one who didn't move at all, but he became more and more alert. Smile! The 10-armed ancient demon seemed to smile, causing its originally cold expression to become even colder and more shocking. The greenish-gray flames continued to burn, but what they emitted was not high temperature. Instead, it was low temperature, so low that it seemed like it could freeze everything. You guys go first. I'll hold it back. Chunzong stared at the 10-armed ancient demon and transmitted his voice to enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two. Among the four, Chunzong was the strongest. Even if the three of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Chunzong. Moreover, the 10-armed ancient demon gave them a very strong feeling, just like the dark golden giant they faced in the giant universe epic ruins. If they weren't a match for the 10-armed ancient demon, they might be implicated and become a burden if they stayed. Take it. Enlightened heavenly talisman approached Chunzong in a flash and handed Chunzong two talismans. One was red and the other was green. The red talisman enhanced attack, and the green talisman enhanced speed. After the attack and speed were enhanced, the strength of the talisman would also be enhanced. Chunzong immediately put away the two talismans. He didn't need to use them now. He wanted to test the true strength of the 10-armed ancient demon first. Enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two went around it and wanted to leave from the side, but Chunzong directly jumped up. His body and sword merged into one, and his sword soared across the sky, erupting with an incomparably terrifying speed as he attacked the 10-armed ancient demon. Fast. It was so fast that the 10-armed ancient demon was stunned. However, in the next breath, the 10-armed ancient demon's ferocious face seemed to have a sinister smile. His 10 arms suddenly tightened and pulled back like a strong bow being pulled back to the extreme. Boom, boom, boom. 10 consecutive explosions rang out and condensed into one. It was like a thunderous explosion that shattered the void. 10 incomparably terrifying fist forces pierced through the air and blasted towards Yifutian. Fast, strong, extremely ferocious. Chunzong, who was inside the sword light, looked increasingly dignified. What a tyrannical fist force. This fist force was different from the Dark Golden Giant's fist force. The Dark Golden Giant's fist force was direct and domineering. It was a fist force that erupted from pure physical strength. As for the 10-armed ancient phase fist force, it was more of a kind of energy. It was the condensation of the ancient phase power. It had a kind of violence and a kind of coldness. It was more subtle and ruthless. Each of the 10 arms of the 10-armed ancient demon carried a terrifying and boundless power that could crush everything. They continuously blasted out like 10 demonic dragons that were wreaking havoc. They bombarded Chunzong continuously. The area within 100 meters was covered by the dense fist force without any gaps. Chunzong felt as if he had become a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. He felt as if he could be smashed into pieces by the huge waves at any moment. However, Chunzong, who was riding the sword light, swam freely in it and turned the impossible into possible. He avoided every terrifying fist force of the 10-armed ancient demon and approached the 10-armed ancient demon through tiny gaps. Close. Swing the sword. He immediately performed the single-hearted swordsmanship. One sword after another. Each sword was sharp, fast, and deadly. Now, Chunzong had deduced the single-hearted swordsmanship to the 25th sword move. The power of the 25th sword move was extremely powerful. Thanks to the improvement of the single-hearted swordsmanship, the power of the 5 ultimate moves had also increased. Although Chunzong only had one sword move, it felt like thousands of swords. He directly fought the 10-armed ancient demon head-on and was not at a disadvantage in close combat. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. Chunzong's physique was only slightly weaker than that of the 10-armed ancient demon due to the undying body of the universe in the perfection realm. Coupled with his superb swordsmanship, he was not inferior to the 10-armed ancient demon in close combat. The 10 arms of the 10-armed ancient demon were covered in scales. Each arm contained a terrifying and boundless power. Every punch was like a volcanic eruption, destroying everything in its path. Even so, it could not do anything to Chunzong. Compared to the Dark Golden Giant, the 10-armed ancient demon's strength was still somewhat inferior. Although that was the case, it was still very powerful. After a fierce battle, Chunzong was hit by the 10-armed ancient demon's fists 3 times. Each time, Chunzong was injured and had to use the mixed Yuan heart force to recover. The 10-armed ancient demon was also hit by Chunzong's sword 4 times. However, the armor on its body was so tough that it blocked the sword attacks and only suffered minor injuries. 3 times the power. Divine Firmament. The extremely sharp sword broke out in an instant, erupting with an incomparably terrifying sword essence. As soon as the sword essence appeared, it cut through everything. Cracks appeared in the void and spread rapidly at an astonishing speed. The 10-armed ancient demon's expression suddenly changed, but it was too late to dodge. The extremely sharp sword light immediately broke through the void and shot toward it. It was too close. This was a close combat. The distance was too close, so it was impossible to dodge and could only take it head-on. The silver sword light streaked across the sky, dazzling and resplendent, as if it had taken away all the brilliance in the world in an instant, causing the world to fall into darkness. Only the sword light became more and more dazzling and bright, as if it was the light of the creation of heaven and earth. It broke through the darkness and opened up a new world. Chapter 3194. In the distance, 3 rays of light were flying at an extremely fast speed. They were enlightened heavenly talisman, Taoist Cho, and perfected insect master. Chunzong was holding back the 10-armed ancient demon, giving them a chance to escape. In an instant, there was a flash of light. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters away, they could still see it clearly. The light was so bright and dazzling. It's the sword light of the unparalleled sword saint. They all recognized it. Let's go. Leave the ancient demon territory as soon as possible. It was not that they were unwilling to help, but that they had no choice. With the difference in strength, helping would be equivalent to dragging them down. The right choice was to escape as soon as possible. As long as they left the ancient demon territory, Chunzong would be able to escape better. The Shunshao sword, which was unleashed with 3 times the primordial chaos heart force, slashed through the void and severed the 2 ancient demons' arms. It struck the ancient demon's armored body, causing a crack to appear on the armor. At the same time, it also left a sword wound on its body. The terrifying sword Qi continued to invade its body, wantonly destroying it. However, the 10-armed ancient demon was extremely fierce. The remaining 8 arms blasted out continuously. Each arm exploded with full strength and directly bombarded Chunzong's perfected universe indestructible body, as if it was going to shatter it. In just an instant, Chunzong's body trembled violently. He was sent flying and then exploded. The 10-armed ancient demon's desperate counterattack was too powerful. In just an instant, Chun Zong's body condensed again in the distance. 10% of the mixed Yuan heart force had been consumed. 10% was not a small amount compared to the mixed Yuan heart force, but it was not a lot either. With Chun Zong's mixed Yuan heart force recovery speed, as long as he grasped the rhythm of the battle, he would be able to recover very quickly. The 10-armed ancient demon suddenly roared. Immediately, the 2 arms that were cut off by Chun Zong surged with light. 2 new arms sprang out and recovered to their original state. However, Chun Zong also keenly felt that the 10-armed ancient demon's aura had weakened a little. Ancient demons were made of flesh and blood. When they were injured, they could heal and regenerate their flesh and blood. However, there was a price to pay, which was to consume their own strength. Once their strength was exhausted, they could no longer heal or regenerate their flesh and blood at a high speed. The 10-armed ancient demon, which had regrown its arms, did not stop there. A pumpkin hammer appeared on each of its arms. The hammers were covered with spikes and looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. The aura they emitted was even more solemn than Chun Zong's. The ancient demon could use weapons. At the very least, Chun Zong had killed thousands of ancient demons so far. This was the first time he had seen an ancient demon that could use weapons. There must be a demon's demon. The 10-armed ancient demon's strength of the ancient demon of heavens of demons. And, arm SN it, to Cho, it, of that smile, was. The strength of the 10-armed ancient demon, which had grown in size and was using hammers, had at least doubled or even tripled. Do you think you're the only one who can transform? Chun Zong sneered and activated the giant god core on his chest without hesitation. After all, Chun Zong did not have the slightest intention of being careless when facing a 10-armed ancient demon that was already very powerful and had become even more powerful. He wanted to end the battle quickly and leave this place as soon as possible. After activating the giant god core, an indescribable mighty force emerged from the giant god core. It followed the patterns formed by the giant god core and instantly filled his entire body. Chun Zong's body trembled involuntarily and immediately expanded. Shocking sounds rang out. In the eyes of the 10-armed ancient demon, Chun Zong's body grew from less than 2 meters to 2 meters, then 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. In the end, Chun Zong also turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. His skin was filled with dark golden divine patterns, giving off an indescribable feeling of wonder. Giant God Battle Technique. Giant God Transformation. The power of the giant God core was constantly being consumed to maintain Chun Zong's giant God body. Chun Zong could clearly feel the strength of this giant God body. It had increased his physical strength and physical defense by 10 times. Seeing that Chun Zong had also turned into a 10-meter-tall giant, the 10-armed ancient demon was clearly stunned. At this moment, a sword light flashed, and Chun Zong directly charged over. Body and sword as one. The Heavenly Will Sword also turned into a giant sword as Chun Zong's body expanded. The power of this sword increased several times and immediately shattered the void. The void of the chaotic universe was indeed stronger and tougher than it had been in the previous universe era. An ordinary true Saint Realm expert couldn't break it, but an exceptional true Saint Realm expert like Chun Zong could tear it apart and shatter it. His speed did not change, but Chun Zong's speed was not slow to begin with. It could even be said to be very fast. With such a sword attack, the 10-armed ancient demon could not dodge, nor did it dodge. Its 10 arms, which were getting thicker and thicker, waved ferocious heavy hammers and instantly blasted out. In just an instant, a terrifying heavy hammer storm was set off, shattering everything. The void 100 meters in front of him was instantly smashed apart by the 10 terrifying, crazy heavy hammers. It was completely shattered like a broken mirror, revealing pitch-black darkness. Chunzong directly controlled his sword to cut through the pitch-black and terrifying darkness. He forcefully broke free from the devouring and binding of the darkness and directly attacked the 10-armed ancient demon with his sword. Slash! Eternal stars. A 100-meter-long star shadow appeared in an instant and directly blasted toward the 10-armed ancient demon. The 10-armed ancient demon's heavy hammers were also extremely violent. They continuously bombarded the star shadow. In just a breath, he had blasted out hundreds of hammers. The power of each hammer was boundless, as if it could shatter a mountain. Under the continuous bombardment of hundreds of hammers, the 100-meter-long star shadow was immediately shattered. Chunzong also approached and slashed down with his sword. This sword seemed to split the world and the void, leaving a huge pitch-black sword mark. It was extremely terrifying and ferocious. The 10-armed ancient demon was immediately hit. It only had time to use its 2 heavy hammers to block. An extremely violent explosion sounded, shattering the surroundings. The 10-armed ancient demon immediately fell down under this sword strike. Deep sword marks were left on the 2 heavy hammers, and their backs were almost cut in half. Pursuit. One sword strike after another, not giving the 10-armed ancient demon the slightest chance. He continuously waved his sword and displayed the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. The sword strikes were as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder and fire. With a roar, it rushed toward Chunzong, shattering the void. It hit the giant god's body, but it only restrained the giant god's body for a moment. It could not hurt the giant god's body at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 10-armed ancient demon immediately retreated and widened the distance between them. Suddenly, the 10 heavy hammers were filled with countless greenish-gray aura and then burned, releasing layers of greenish-gray halos. It was like a raging fire and flowing light. A terrifying aura burst out, like a torrential flood or a turbulent sea. Bombardment. The 10 heavy hammers once again burst out with unparalleled, terrifying power and blasted fiercely toward Chunzong. Everywhere it passed, the void was completely shattered and destroyed. The void under the heavy hammers was also completely frozen. Chunzong was in it, and there were thousands of restraints pressing down on him, like an invisible giant mountain. Horizontal sword. Chunzong immediately felt a terrifying force bombarding him, as if it was going to shatter the giant's sword and his giant god's body. Fortunately, the strength of the giant god's body was 10 times stronger than before under the giant god battle technique. With a 10-fold increase, the defensive power was even more amazing. In addition, Chunzong blocked the bombardment of the 10 heavy hammers with his sword. Continuous hammer strike. The 10-armed ancient demon seized the opportunity and closed in. The 10 heavy hammers once again erupted and launched a terrifying continuous bombardment. One hammer after another, the hammers were incomparably violent. The hammers seemed to have erupted with all their strength. If the force of the hammers brushed past, it would be able to shatter a mountain. Under the continuous bombardment of the 10 heavy hammers, a star could be shattered. The stars of the chaotic universe were hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than the stars of the outer universe in the last universe era. Under the continuous bombardment, Chunzong could only raise his sword to block the continuous bombardment of the 10-armed ancient demon. It was difficult for him to counterattack. Berserk. The 10 heavy hammers of the 10 arms cooperated seamlessly. It was truly continuous and fast. The power of each hammer was extremely tyrannical, and the rhythm was just right. Chunzong felt as if he was being hammered 1,000 times under the bombardment of the heavy hammers. It was extremely uncomfortable, but he had to withstand it with his unparalleled tenacity. Find an opportunity. No matter how strong the opponent was, it was impossible for him to continuously attack. There would always be an opportunity for him to counterattack. Now, It depended on whether Zong would be defeated first or if the 10-armed ancient demon's attack would stop due to insufficient strength. The 10-armed ancient demon also understood this point and continued to attack. Gradually, Zong felt that the 10-armed ancient demon's attack was intensifying bit by bit. This meant that the 10-armed ancient demon was about to be unable to withstand it and intended to strengthen its attack to defeat Zong. The momentum of the first drum was like a tiger. The second drum was weak, and the third drum was exhausted. Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. The opportunity had come. He immediately seized it and counterattacked with his sword. A shocking sword power erupted and directly slashed the body of the 10-armed ancient demon. The following rhythm was controlled by Zong. The tyrannical power of the giant god body was displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. In terms of strength alone, Zong was not inferior to the 10-armed ancient demon. In terms of the application of strength, he was even more superior than the 10-armed ancient demon. As soon as the opportunity was grasped, the 10-armed ancient demon fell into a passive state. Even if it had 10 arms and 10 heavy hammers, its strength had entered a period of relaxation after the eruption just now. It could barely resist Zong's sword attack. Under the continuous attacks of the heavenly sword, sword marks kept appearing on the 10 heavy hammers. The body of the 10-armed ancient demon was also constantly slashed with sword marks. The sword chi entered the body and raged inside the body of the 10-armed ancient demon, causing endless pain. Kill! Zong was now killing the 10-armed ancient demon and letting the heavenly sword devour its ancient demon origin. The heavenly sword was now a top chaotic sacred tool. The next step was to transform into a semi-divine tool. The origin of the 4-armed ancient demon and the 6-armed ancient demon were already useless. Only the origin of the 8-armed ancient demon could continue to restore the heavenly sword. The origin of the 10-armed ancient demon would definitely be more effective than the origin of the 8-armed ancient demon. Zong seemed to be able to feel the heavenly sword drooling. Chapter 3195. The sword scars crisscrossed in all directions, covering the void within a radius of 100 meters. It was not that Shunzong could not slash out longer sword scars, but that he limited his power to a smaller area to cause more damage and injuries. The armor on the 10-armed ancient demon's strong body was also covered with sword scars and was almost broken into pieces. Resist. The 10-armed ancient demon kept resisting and barely resisted. It was like a small boat in a storm that could be broken at any time. The 10-armed ancient demon gritted its teeth and held on. Its current thoughts were the same as Chunzong's. It had a hold on until Chunzong was exhausted. That would be the time for it to seize the opportunity to counterattack. This was because the power it had consumed from the violent attack just now was constantly recovering bit by bit. However, it did not understand how terrible the consequences would be once a tyrannical and outstanding swordsman took control of the rhythm. Chunzong's every sword move did not seem to be very fast, but he grasped the rhythm very well. The connection between each sword move was perfect, so when the 10-armed ancient demon wanted to counterattack, it had to continue to defend. Every sword move of the single-hearted swordsmanship was either fast or slow, heavy or light, violent or subtle. Sometimes it was like a surging sea, sometimes it was like a gurgling stream, sometimes it was like lightning and thunder, sometimes it was like a storm, and sometimes it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. It was all-encompassing. The power of each sword move was changeable. The skill was rich and superb, as if it could contain everything, making the 10-armed ancient demon even more tired. More and more sword scars crisscrossed in the void. Each of them was pitch black and emitted a destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate. Chunzong's eyes suddenly lit up. Now was the time. Instantly, strands of destructive aura seeped out from the sword slashes like thin streams. Then, as if they were being blown by a gust of wind, they converged and surged towards Chunzong, finally fusing into the heavenly will sword. Everything in the world returned to ruins. This was the most tyrannical move among the 5 great killing moves that Chunzong had mastered. First, it cut open the void and went straight to the depths like a layout. Finally, it exploded. Chunzong was able to draw out a massive amount of destructive power, which was all under his control. The power of the sword was enhanced to the extreme. At the same time, when he was setting up the trap, every sword strike would constantly injure the 10-armed ancient demon and exhaust its strength. A pitch-black sword instantly pierced through the air. The eruption of 5 times mixed yuan heart force caused the might of this sword to reach the pinnacle, the most tyrannical pinnacle. Under the sword, the void was completely shattered and annihilated. Silently, the 10-armed ancient demon felt his hair stand on end. Unable to dodge, it could only block. However, it soon discovered that it was unable to block. Under this sword, all of its defenses had lost its ability, and it was pierced through. Wherever the sword passed, a hole was immediately blasted open in the body of the 10-armed ancient demon. The hole went straight through his back, and one could clearly see the dark void behind him. The terrifying annihilation sword chi continued to wreak havoc in the body of the 10-armed ancient demon. The power of the sword was extremely terrifying. Even with the 10-armed ancient demon's strength, it was difficult for him to expel it. Chunzong didn't withdraw his sword. He struck again. The eruption of 3 times mixed yuan heart force. Tai Hao. As the sword struck out, the true sun pressed down and burned endlessly, emitting an incomparably violent power and blazing flames. It directly bombarded the body of the 10-armed ancient demon, igniting it. The last sword, Shunshao. Under the 3 sword strikes, the strength of the 10-armed ancient demon was immediately exhausted. It could no longer recover. Its body was penetrated, burned, cut, and shattered into pieces. The heavenly will sword pierced through the origin of the 10-armed ancient demon and rapidly devoured it. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a series of pleasurable vibrations. How dare you kill the descendant of my clan? You deserve to die. An extremely cold voice suddenly sounded. That voice was high and mighty like a deity. It brought with it a terrifying might that judged everything and directly descended. Shenzong was horrified. He felt as if the space around him was boiling as the voice filled with anger and killing intent rang out. The space around him began to ripple and shake violently. An astonishing pressure continued to press down on him, causing Shenzong to feel extremely uncomfortable. He felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed. The power of the giant god core had been mostly consumed, and the remaining small part couldn't hold on for long. Shenzong didn't dare to cancel the giant god battle method. He maintained the giant god body to resist the oppression and strangulation of this invisible force. Immediately, in the void in front of them, an endless aura surged, as if a boundless storm was blowing. The demonic wind roared and condensed into an illusory figure, 100-meter-tall illusory figure. Although this phantom was only 100 meters tall, it gave Shenzong a feeling that it filled the entire void. When the phantom condensed, everything was suppressed and controlled. He couldn't move at all. Even the case of using the giant god battle technique, the gap was simply too great. A demigod. Shenzong immediately thought that this was a demigod. Only a demigod could give him such a terrifying feeling and despair. He never thought that he would provoke an ancient monster demigod to deal with him. Under normal circumstances, a demigod wouldn't take action. However, Shenzong killed a 10-armed ancient monster and devoured its origin. 10-armed ancient monsters were very rare and precious in the ancient monster clan. Each of them was a demigod seed. Although they didn't have a 100% chance of becoming a demigod, they had a greater chance. It was a great loss to be killed. However, if its origin was still there, it could be reborn with some resources. Now, that even its origin had been devoured, it was equivalent to being completely dead and unable to come back to life. This was a great loss. Previously, the ancient monster demigods were all cultivating and didn't pay special attention. However, after the 10-armed ancient monster was killed, they immediately sensed it. Immediately, an ancient monster demigod came, but he was still a step too late. The origin of the 10-armed ancient monster was devoured by Shenzong's sword. Anger. He was furious to the extreme. He dared to kill a demigod seed of the ancient monster clan. Even if he died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Kill. The ancient monster demigod shadow immediately waved its huge arm and slapped it across the sky as if it was going to shatter everything. The arm was clearly just a shadow, but seemed to be real. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter, revealing a shocking darkness that made Shenzong's heart palpitate. It was so dark that it was as deep as a bottomless abyss. He couldn't move. Shenzong wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move no matter what. Even with a fivefold burst of primordial heart force, he still couldn't move. The gap between the true sage realm and the demigod realm was too big, too big, too big, like a moat. 10,000 true saints couldn't produce a demigod realm expert. Was he going to die here this time? Suddenly, an ancient sigh filled with vicissitudes of life rang out. It sounded as if it had directly sounded in Chunzong's ears, but it also seemed to have come from the ancient void through layers of time and space. Only Chunzong could hear it. Human, you have the inheritance of the giant tribe. This is my last bit of power, so I can only protect you one more time. In the future, you must be careful. Don't let the inheritance of the giant tribe end here. Chunzong recognized that this was the voice of the giant ruler, Tam. When the giant ruler had given him the giant god battle technique core, he had also left a bit of power in Chunzong's body. Now, in the face of the ancient monster demigod's attack, Chunzong had no choice but to use the power that the giant ruler had left in him. That was the final eruption. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura surged from Chunzong's body. The aura was vast, boundless, and ancient, as if it had come from ancient times. As the aura spread, it directly entered Chunzong's giant god body. The giant god body was constantly penetrated, as if it was about to burst open. Chunzong couldn't help but let out a roar. The 10-meter-tall, giant god body actually expanded again. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. His body continued to expand, becoming taller and taller. As he stood in the void, the ancient monster demigod's power also burst open. 100 meters. In the end, Chunzong became a 100-meter-tall giant. The Will Heavenly Sword also expanded tenfold, becoming suitable for this 100-meter-tall giant. Power. Chunzong could feel that his body was filled with an indescribable power. It was a mighty power, a monstrous power that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Every move he made seemed to be able to destroy everything, including the sun, the moon, and the stars. Chunzong could not imagine how tyrannical this power was, nor could he describe it with words. All in all, Chunzong only had one feeling. Compared to this power, his own power was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. It was like a deep abyss. Wonderful. Incomparably wonderful. This was a feeling that Chunzong wanted to immerse himself within and carefully experience the profoundness of this power. Perhaps this might be of some help to him in breaking through to the demigod state in the future. But in the next breath, Chunzong could feel this tyrannical power being drained away bit by bit. Under such circumstances, he couldn't comprehend the mysteries of this mighty power in peace, because it was very dangerous. Escape. He had to escape from this demigod ancient demon. After obtaining a trace of the giant sovereign's power and transforming into a 100-meter-tall giant, Chunzong could feel that the 100-meter-tall shadow in front of him wasn't the real body of the demigod ancient demon. It was just a power clone. It wasn't as strong as the real body, but it was still something that a true saint couldn't resist. Swing the sword. The mighty power was instantly mobilized by Chunzong and poured into the Will Heavenly Sword, reaching the sword's body. Slash. This sword was directly slashed out. It wasn't a killer move. It wasn't that Chunzong didn't want to use a killer move, but this power was too powerful. It exceeded Chunzong's own realm, and it was already very difficult for him to mobilize it. It was impossible for him to use a killer move. He could only condense the mighty power into the Will Heavenly Sword and then slash out. Even so, the power of this sword was boundlessly tyrannical and terrifying. After the sword slashed out, the void was directly slashed apart, revealing an indescribable pitch black. The pitch black was boundless and incomparably deep, causing one's heart to palpitate. Under this sword, the arm of the demigod ancient demon Shadow was immediately cut into pieces, and then its body was cut into pieces. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear a furious voice coming from afar. Go! Making a prompt decision, Chunzong immediately slashed out a crack with his sword and stepped into it. Chapter 3196. An extremely terrifying pressure descended. Silently, a huge black hole seemed to have appeared. That black hole spread out at an astonishing speed, as if it was going to devour everything. Neither time nor space could escape. All the light was devoured, and the black hole was incomparably deep. Annihilation, destruction, annihilation. The aura continued to spread. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, everything was covered by it. In an instant, a 100-meter-tall figure appeared in the black hole. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Ancient demon demigod. The 100-meter-tall figure was an ancient demon demigod. It was the ancient demon demigod whose strength clone was destroyed by Chun Zong after he transformed into a giant god. The loss of one of its strength clones was not that great. The main thing was anger. It was an ancient demon demigod, an expert who stood at the peak of the chaotic universe. There were only 3 demigods in the entire ancient demon clan, and it was one of them. Such a tyrannical existence was destroyed by a human who wasn't even a demigod. Although the human had borrowed some kind of power that didn't belong to him to do so, no matter what, his power clone had indeed been destroyed. Capture. He had to capture that human. He must be a peerless genius of a human clan. He must be a demon-level genius who could become a demigod in the future. If there was another demigod in the human clan, it would not be a good thing for the ancient demon clan. In addition, he had to interrogate him about why he had come to the ancient demon territory. What was the reason for the explosion of power? How could a true saint unleash the power of a demigod? This almost subverted the common sense of cultivation. Secret. There must be a huge secret hidden in this human's body. If they could capture him and force him to spill the beans, the ancient monster clan would be able to greatly increase their strength and foundation. They wouldn't even need to ask for a lot. After investigating, the ancient demon demigod immediately chased after him. The void was silently torn apart. As a flash of light flickered, traces of black spread out. The black was extremely deep and made one's heart palpitate. In the next moment, a huge figure stepped out of the dark void. It was a figure of 100 meters tall. It was Chun Zong after undergoing giantification. The giant ruler Tam's power seemed minuscule, but allowed Chun Zong to hold on for a while. This step took him out of the ancient demon realm and into the void between the ancient demon realm and a monster-slaying dominion. At this time, enlightened heavenly talisman and the other 2 also rushed out of the ancient demon domain and into the void. Chun Zong could feel the power flowing out of his body. He could still hold on for a little while longer. He immediately reached out his hand into the void and made a grabbing motion. Taoist heavenly talisman and the other 2, who were rushing out of the ancient demon domain, had a drastic change in expression. They unleashed all their strength, but they were unable to dodge or resist at all. In an instant, they were grabbed by a huge palm that pierced through the void. In the next breath, they were directly sucked into the void. An extremely terrifying power attacked them. It was a power that could annihilate everything. Taoist heavenly talisman and the other 2 were extremely frightened. They were afraid that they would be annihilated into nothingness by that power in an instant. However, the palm protected them and was not affected by that power at all. Taoist heavenly talisman and the other 2 were instantly bewildered. What was going on? They were finished. They did not associate it with Chun Zong at all. Chun Zong was indeed very powerful, but he was still in the true divine realm. It was impossible for him to have such ability. In just 3 breaths, the palm left the darkness in the void and appeared outside the void. Chun Zong also put the 3 of them down. This was because they were already in the monster-slaying dominion. Thank you. Taoist heavenly talisman and the other 2 were about to bow when they suddenly saw the figure of 100 meters tall. That face, in particular, looked very familiar. Peerless Sword Saint Chun Zong. How could it be? How could it be Peerless Sword Saint Chun Zong? Let's go quickly, Chun Zong immediately said. Then, Taking advantage of the fact that his power was constantly dissipating, he immediately drew a line in the void with his finger. A streak of darkness continuously went deeper and deeper into the void. Then, he drew out a strand of pitch-black hair. It was like a strand of pitch-black hair that was constantly twisting like a living thing. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. The Annihilation Origin Energy. It was a strand of the Annihilation Origin Energy. Refined. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately used his demigod-level power to help refine this strand of Annihilation Origin Energy. As long as he could successfully refine it and turn it into his own, he would be able to control it. Even if he lost his demigod-level power, he would not suffer from the backlash of the Annihilation Origin Energy. Moreover, in the future, he could use this strand of Annihilation Origin Energy to refine more Annihilation Origin Energy and strengthen it continuously. Of course, this would take a long time. However, after refining and controlling this strand of Annihilation Origin Energy, the power of the Annihilation Origin Energy would be further enhanced. There would also be an increase in strength. It would not rely on external objects, but on one's own strength. When Chunzong's giant god body stepped into the monster-slaying territory, the demigod-level expert in the monster-slaying territory was instantly alarmed. He instantly woke up and came out of seclusion. An enormous divine thought swept over and fell on Chunzong, locking him in place. However, at this time, Chunzong's power had already dissipated by more than half. His remaining power was no longer at the demigod level. Instead, it had fallen below the demigod level and was still falling. Therefore, the demigod-level expert in the monster-slaying territory did not pay too much attention to it after sensing it. In the next moment, the demigod-level expert's expression turned solemn. This was because he felt an extremely terrifying aura rapidly approaching. The aura was ferocious and ruthless. It was the aura of the demigod-level ancient monster. Why was the demigod-level ancient monster attacking? This was not in line with the ancient monster clan strategy. Chunzong suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. The sense of danger was so strong that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It wanted to drown and devour him. This feeling made Chunzong's expression change drastically. He did not hesitate to escape. Rumble. Battle. There were experts fighting in the depths of the void. Chunzong's expression changed. Finally, he determined that the two parties involved in the battle should be demigod-level experts. The demigod-level experts were so powerful that they could easily shatter the vacuum. Their destructive power was so great that the turbulence they caused in the void was too strong. Therefore, when demigod-level experts fought, they would often escape into the depths of the void. No matter how great the destruction was, the impact on the outside of the void would not be so strong. It should be the demigod-level ancient monster chasing after me. They must have been intercepted by the demigod-level expert in the monster-slaying territory. Chunzong thought to himself. 10. Fortunately, he ran fast enough and made a prompt decision instead of indulging in the sudden increase in power. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. The power just now was indeed extremely powerful, but it did not belong to him. It was temporary and could not be truly controlled. He was no match for a real demigod-level expert. His body kept shrinking and finally returned to its original size. Chunzong quickly changed into a new sword robe and immediately flew toward the battle fortress. Chunzong had gained a lot from this adventure. He had obtained the Titan battle tactics, and in the end, the Titan core. The Titan core was constantly operating on its own, absorbing energy from the void to replenish its own consumption. It was also storing it so that Chunzong could use it again. In addition, his cultivation had broken through from the peak of the profound realm of the undying body of the universe to the complete realm. His conventional strength had more than doubled and could continue to improve. He had gained a lot from this trip. Taking out the token of the monster-slaying camp, Chunzong could use the space-time transfer formation to go to the main battle fortress without paying any fees. The sub-battle fortress and the main battle fortress were located in the same territory, so the distance between them was not very far. Each time the space-time transfer formation was activated, it would not consume too much energy. Usually, the formation would automatically absorb yuan qi of heaven and earth to replenish itself, which could offset the consumption. After returning to the main battle fortress, Chunzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was safe. At least, it was relatively safe. No matter how powerful the Ancient Monster Clan was, it would be difficult for them to attack here. If the Ancient Monster Clan could attack the main battle fortress, it meant that the monster-slaying territory was about to be conquered by the Ancient Monster Clan. Although there was only one demigod-level expert in the monster-slaying territory and 3 demigod-level experts in the Ancient Monster Clan, if the 3 demigod-level experts of the Ancient Monster Clan attacked, the other demigod-level experts would immediately arrive to reinforce them. There were more than 3 demigod-level experts in the Human Clan and the Origin Clan. Moreover, one of the 3 demigod-level experts of the Ancient Monster Clan, the Lord of the Ancient Monster Clan, was a demigod-level dominator. Only in the Ancient Monster territory did he have the strength of a demigod-level dominator. Outside the Ancient Monster territory, he could only be regarded as a relatively strong demigod-level expert. Nianxin, I'm back. Back in the manor, Chunzong saw Yu Nianxin and immediately smiled and hugged her in his arms. It's good that you're back. Yu Nianxin buried herself in Chunzong's arms. After the two of them were affectionate for a while, Chunzong told Yu Nianxin about his experience on this trip so that Yu Nianxin could broaden her knowledge. I had no choice but to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Now I'm at the peak of the true saint realm. If I want to have a child, I have to buy the air pill. Chunzong smiled bitterly. The air pill was a type of pill that was specially concocted to allow people to conceive children. Its name was also very straightforward and easy to understand at a glance. Although the name was simple and straightforward, it was not cheap and was very expensive. After all, the raw materials needed to refine the air pill were not ordinary, and it also required high alchemy skills. Not all alchemists could refine it. Speaking of which, the air pill had always been in short supply. If a true Saint Realm expert wanted to have children, the probability was not high to begin with. They often had to use treasures like the air pill to increase the probability. The demand was not small, but the production was not high, so they often had to buy it at a high price. Now, Chunzong could only plan to do so. While Chunzong and Yunyanxin were talking, someone came to invite Chunzong. Unparalleled sword saint. The commander invites you. Commander. Chunzong was slightly surprised. The commander referred to the commander of the monster-slaying army. That was the demigod-level expert guarding the monster-slaying general. Just now, the commander of the monster-slaying army and the demigod-level ancient monster were fighting in the depths of the void. Chapter 3197. In the deepest part of Demon Slayer Weave's main battle fort, Chunzong thought it would be a heavily guarded palace or a large tent filled with soldiers. Contrary to his expectations, however, there was only a small wooden hut. Outside the wooden hut was a small forest surrounded by a small stream. The scenery wasn't very beautiful, but it was unique and unique. The commander of the monster-slaying army looked like a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and white hair at the temples. His eyes were as calm as the calm sea and seemed to be able to contain everything. The aura on his body was peaceful and faintly discernible. It was hard to imagine that such an ordinary-looking person would be the commander of the monster-slaying army and a demigod expert. Is the ancient demon demigod here to chase after you? The commander of the monster-slaying army stared at Chunzong as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. His voice was calm and didn't sound oppressive at all. Instead, it made one feel calm. I was invited by enlightened heavenly talisman to infiltrate the ancient demon territory to explore a relic left behind by the ancient universe. The relic was discovered by the ancient demons after it collapsed. Chunzong gave a brief explanation and skipped over the matter of the giant god battle technique and the giant ruler. Even if the commander knew that Chunzong was hiding something, he wouldn't care as long as it wasn't betraying the interests of the human race. Everyone in the chaotic cosmos had their own little secrets. As a demigod expert, he stood at the peak of the chaotic universe and had experienced countless things. Many secrets didn't mean much to him and were at most a little fun. They were dispensable. However, he was shocked when he heard Chunzong's words. "You killed a 10-armed ancient demon?" the commander of the monster-slaying army asked. Chunzong nodded affirmatively in response. "No wonder the ancient demon demigod Longmatter chased after me crazily." The commander of the monster-slaying army smiled happily. He hadn't known the reason before, but he had still blocked the pursuit of the ancient demon demigod Longmatter and forced him to retreat. Now that he knew the reason, he was all smiles. Killed a 10-armed ancient demon? Good kill, good kill. What was a 10-armed ancient demon? In the ancient demon clan, there were many 8-armed ancient demons, but 10-armed ancient demons were rare. Every 10-armed ancient demon was a potential demigod. For example, the 3 demigods in the ancient demon domain were rumored to be 10-armed ancient demons. Every 10-armed ancient demon had a higher chance of breaking through to become a demigod than other ancient demons. Once the ancient demon clan had one more demigod, they would most likely launch an all-out attack. Their army would invade the Demon Slayer territory and cause a lot of casualties. There would be other demigods coming to reinforce the monster-slaying weave, but it would take some time. The difference between one more demigod and one less demigod was obvious. Now that Chunzong had killed a 10-armed ancient demon, the chances of a 4th demigod appearing in the ancient demon clan had been reduced to a certain extent. It was a good thing. A great contribution. This was a great contribution. The commander of the Demon Slayer army had summoned Chunzong purely out of curiosity. There was no other reason. After chatting for a while, he asked Chunzong to leave. Naturally, he would record his contribution. When he returned to the manor, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other 2 had come to visit. They had been waiting for a long time. The 3 of them had come to thank Chunzong. After all, if it weren't for Chunzong, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape the ancient demon domain. They would have either been killed or captured alive by the ancient demons. Their fate would have been even worse than being killed on the spot. In addition, they had come to build a better relationship with Chunzong. To become friends, they had to interact with each other. If they didn't interact with each other, their friendship would gradually fade with the passage of time. As long as they interacted with each other frequently, their friendship would gradually deepen. After sending off Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other 2, Chunzong also left with Yunyunshin. This time, they planned to have a child. The Demon Slayer territory wasn't suitable, so Chunzong brought Yunyunshin back to Taihao Mountain. When he came, he had just achieved the cosmic indestructible body. Now, he had achieved perfection. His strength had increased significantly, and he was even more powerful. After killing the ancient demons and obtaining the ancient demon origin, he had obtained a lot of Chaos Divine Gems. In addition, he had also sold some other treasures and obtained a lot of Chaos Divine Gems. In total, he had obtained more than 5 million Chaos Divine Gems. It was definitely a huge sum. There was no need to deliberately save. He was in a hurry. He constantly paid Chaos Divine Gems to use the space-time transmission array. He quickly left the main battle fortress and headed for the other Chaos Giant Universe cities. He quickly crossed over and got closer and closer to Yuanzhan territory. Finally, he arrived at Yuanzhan Universe City without any trouble and returned to Taihao Mountain. The return of the unparalleled Sword Saint, the Lord of Taihao Mountain, was a major event. It was especially so for Chunzong. Although he was ranked 89th on the real chaotic ranking, his true strength was enough to rank him within the top 40. His strength was astonishing. They did not know that Chunzong's current strength was so overwhelming that it would be easy for him to rank in the top 30. As for the higher rankings, they didn't know for now. The other two true saints immediately came to visit. They were very enthusiastic. The leaders of the other forces in Yuanzhan University also came to visit with gifts. Taihao Mountain was very lively. After that, Chunzong began to buy air pills at Treasure House. It wasn't easy to make air pills. The supply couldn't meet the demand. Under normal circumstances, one would have to wait for a while to buy one. It would take at least a few years and at most a few decades. Under normal circumstances, one air pill was worth 1 million chaos divine gems. Ordinary true saints couldn't afford it all. Some peak true saints could only get one even if they went bankrupt. Chunzong directly raised the price to 3 million chaos divine gems for 2 air pills so that he could get it in a short time. The air pill wasn't for one person. It had to be eaten by both husband and wife for the best effect. Otherwise, if only one person ate it, they might not be able to conceive a child. After the order was made, the next step was to wait. Wait for the 2 air pills to be delivered. Chunzong and Yunyanxin stayed in Taihao Mountain. At the same time, they asked the Tianji sect to continue looking for information about their master, Exian Taoist, and the others. Cultivate and improve. Now that he had the universe indestructible body, he hadn't reached the limit yet. He could continue to improve. Since he needed to take the air pill to conceive a child, he didn't need to restrict his cultivation. Cultivate. He tried his best to improve, whether it was cultivation or swordsmanship. Yunyanxin also continued to cultivate, further purifying her star-burning true phoenix bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the more outstanding the child would be and more suitable for cultivation. With Chunzong and Yunyanxin in charge, Taihao Mountain was unprecedentedly powerful. Unfortunately, Chunzong didn't plan to open the mountain gate and recruit disciples for the time being. Now, Taihao Mountain had more than 10,000 elders and disciples. Every one of them was carefully selected. They had good temperament and talent and were worth nurturing. Speak. In the end, Taihao Mountain's resources were limited. They couldn't provide for too many people. 10,000 people was enough. Unless they could obtain more resources in the future, that would be a different story. Occasionally, Chunzong would appear and give pointers to the disciples of Taihao Mountain. Every time he gave pointers, the disciples of Taihao Mountain would comprehend and improve their swordsmanship, increasing their overall strength. Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong is buying the air pill. Looks like he's planning to conceive a child. Good, very good. When he takes the air pill, it'll be the best time to kill him. Qian's face suddenly turned cold. He was still holding a grudge against Chunzong for cutting him with his sword. He specifically asked Black Flame Saint to deal with Chunzong. In the end, not only did he fail to completely destroy Chunzong, but he also increased Chunzong's prestige. Qian wasn't stupid. He was afraid of Chunzong, so he didn't make a move. Now, he finally had the chance. Chunzong, you're dead this time. Even if I have to pay a higher price, I'll kill you and avenge my humiliation. Qian's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. On his open palm, there was a blood-red flame burning endlessly, emitting a terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong returned to Taihao Mountain with Yunyanxin. After 3 years, the people of Jinbao Tower sent news that the 2 air pills had arrived. They asked Chunzong to personally go to Jinbao Tower to pick them up. Of course, he had to pay the balance. Air pills weren't ordinary items. They were incredibly valuable treasures. It was inevitable that some people would try to get their hands on them, even though the possibility was extremely low. If he went to pick them up personally and something happened on the way, it would have nothing to do with Jinbao Tower. This was Jinbao Tower style. Chunzong didn't care. He personally went to Jinbao Tower to pick up the 2 air pills and pay the balance. This was in Yuanzhan University, so it was usually peaceful. Moreover, Chunzong's strength was extremely powerful now. He had reached the limit of cosmic indestructible body. In terms of cultivation, he had reached a point where he couldn't improve anymore. If he wanted to improve his strength, he had to continue improving his swordsmanship and unique skills. Or, he had to comprehend the mysteries of demigods and break through to the demigod realm. It wasn't difficult to continue to comprehend swordsmanship and improve the power of his unique skills. As for the mysteries of demigods and breaking through to the demigod realm, it was very difficult. At least, it couldn't be done in a short period of time. Chunzong knew that he could only stay at the limit of cosmic indestructible body for a long time in the future. Before taking the air pills, Chunzong had to be fully prepared. Avatar. The avatar he left behind before couldn't keep up with his current strength. He had to refine it again. This time, Chunzong used more precious materials and finally succeeded in condensing a new avatar. The avatar's strength was the same as Chunzong's original body. The only difference was the chaos sacred weapon. After all, Chunzong's heavenly will sword had been restored to the level of a top sacred weapon. However, the avatar's chaos sacred weapon was only an ordinary one. A top sacred weapon was too rare. Even so, the avatar's strength was extremely powerful. It definitely had the strength to be in the top 40 of the real chaotic list, or even the top 30. It was a pity that the avatar couldn't perform the giant god battle technique. Otherwise, he would have one more trump card and become even stronger. In a secret room in Taihao Mountain, only Chunzong and Yunyanshin were present. Chunzong took out the two air pills and gave one to Yunyanshin. Chapter 3198. The Descendant Pill was as red as blood. It gave off a sour smell, but it was not unpleasant. It was said that this pill was made from hundreds of ingredients. It was a secret recipe. The production was low, but the price was high. Also, it needed to be pre-ordered. If one wanted to get it as soon as possible, they would need to increase the price. In the secret room, Chun Zong and Yun Yinshin each held a Descendant Pill and swallowed it. The effect of the Descendant Pill was to turn the body of a true saint into a flesh and blood body for a certain period of time. It also increased the chances of giving birth to offspring. However, this was also a disadvantage. True saints had the indestructible body of the great Tao and were not easy to kill. If they returned to a flesh and blood body, they would lose the ability of the indestructible body and would be easier to kill. When the air pill entered his mouth, it quickly melted. The smell of blood and the heat of magma lingered in his mouth. He swallowed it down his throat and directly swallowed it into his stomach. It was as if it was burning, and the heat gradually spread out, merging into his organs, blood, and bone marrow. It spread little by little. Chun Zong and Yun Yinshin could clearly feel their bodies changing. The changes were hard to describe with words. It was very magical. About an hour later, Chun Zong and Yun Yinshin both felt that their bodies had changed from their original indestructible bodies to their fleshly bodies. It was a wonderful feeling. It was a good night at this moment. Chun Zong has got the Descendant Pill. The effect of the Descendant Pill will last for at least a month. Qi Yin sneered. Go to Yuanzhan Universe City and wait. When the time is right, we will act immediately. You are the employer. We will follow your orders. The voice was as deep as thunder. You have to ask the sword in my hand if you want to be unparalleled in the way of the sword. The voice was full of killing intent. The others also expressed their opinions. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Chun Zong and Yun Yinshin spent less time cultivating. Their minds and energy were mainly focused on the androids. Chun Zong, you call yourself unparalleled in the way of the sword. Do you dare to come out and fight with me, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint? Outside Yuanzhan Universe City, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. It was as ear-piercing as metal clashing. It instantly spread throughout Yuanzhan Universe City and fell into everyone's ears. Someone is challenging the unparalleled Sword Saint. Sky Sword Saint. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in Primordial Beheader Universe City. I don't think so. Sword Saint Skyedge must have come because of the Peerless Sword Saint's reputation. Peerless Sword Saint, Peerless Sword Saint, Peerless Sword Saint, Peerless Tao of the Sword. Doesn't that mean that his sword arts and Tao of the Sword are peerless in the Chaos Verse? Chun Zong also learned about the Sky Edge Sword Saints Challenge. However, at this moment, Chun Zong's universe immortal body had turned into a body of flesh and blood. Although his strength was not affected at all, he had lost the immortal ability of the universe immortal body. Once he was injured, his recovery speed would be slower than usual, and he would be easier to kill. Chun Zong did not respond to the Sky Edge Sword Saints Challenge. Now was the time for the androids. Chun Zong did not respond, but the Sky Edge Sword Saint kept clamoring to challenge Chun Zong. Chun Zong, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, then take away your title of Unparalleled Sword Saint and change it to Turtle Sword Saint. The Sky Edge Sword Saint mocked. The people of Taihao Mountain were furious. Who was Chun Zong? He was the Unparalleled Sword Saint, the leader of Taihao Mountain. As disciples of Taihao Mountain, they also felt angry when they were mocked like this. They could not wait to kill the Sky Edge Sword Saint right there and then. However, the Sky Edge Sword Saint was a peerless expert on the real chaotic role after all. He was extremely powerful. In the entire Taihao Mountain, only Chun Zong could compete with him. No, in the entire Yuanzhan Cosmic City, only Chun Zong could compete with him. Even if the other two true saints joined forces, they would not be a match for the Sky Edge Sword Saint. They would not even be able to block one sword strike. They were all true saints, but the difference was so obvious. Avatar, go and deal with them. Chun Zong transmitted his voice to the Avatar. Okay, The avatar nodded in response. In a flash, it turned into a beam of sword light and flew out of Taihao Mountain. It quickly flew out of Yuanzhan Cosmic City and appeared in the void. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint was a middle-aged man wearing a golden sword robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his entire body exuded an astonishing sharpness. Even his hair and eyebrows seemed to be astonishingly sharp, as if they could pierce through and tear apart everything. His eyes condensed, and there was a sharp feeling of sword light piercing through the clouds. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong's avatar. Chunzong's avatar was wearing a black sword robe. His entire body looked cold and gloomy, like a piece of cold iron in the deep sea. Facing the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's sword attack, he did not dodge at all. The sword light in his eyes condensed and instantly focused. Their gazes met in the void, and the sword contained in them collided in an instant, erupting with astonishing fluctuations that tore in all directions. At this time, many cultivators of Yuanzhan Cosmic City appeared at the edge of the city to watch. It was rare to see a battle between supreme cultivators on the real chaotic ranking. Moreover, they were swordsmen who were known for their attacks. You call yourself unparalleled. Then let my sword test your ability. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint also knew that the sword attack of gaze alone was not enough to threaten Shinzo. No matter what, his opponent was still a cultivator on the real chaotic ranking. The avatar spoke even less than Shinzo himself. Without saying a word, he pulled out his sword. The sword light rippled like autumn water. Immediately, the avatar became one with the sword and directly pierced through the air. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and it attacked the Sky-Edge Sword Saint without hesitation. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint was slightly surprised. This sword art was unexpectedly fast. However, he was also a supreme swordsman who had experienced hundreds of battles. He immediately pulled out his sword and did not dodge. Instead, he slashed out with his sword. The sword light burst out with golden light, extremely dazzling and eye-catching. It cut across the sky and directly left a golden sword mark in the void, as if tearing the void apart. The two supreme swordsmen engaged in a fierce battle in the void. After all, Chunzong's avatar did not have the ability of the immortal body. Its mixed Yuan heart force could not recover on its own. Once it was exhausted, it would lose most of its strength. At that time, it would be no match for the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. Therefore, it had to end the battle quickly. As soon as the sword was drawn, it was as swift as lightning. Moreover, the sword force that it contained was extremely tyrannical. It was like a thunderbolt that could destroy everything. The combination of strength and speed, as well as the integration of superb skills, allowed Chunzong's swordsmanship to advance to a higher level. For example, today's single-hearted sword art had reached the level of 27 swords. The power of the 27th sword was even more terrifying and powerful. Kill. The sword light was as fast as cold lightning across the sky, tearing everything apart. The sword was extremely fierce and powerful, and all the killing intent was restrained. Chunzong had a bad feeling that the Sky-Edge Sword Sage would come to challenge him at this time. This was because he had just taken the air pill. Of all times, he had to come at this time. Chunzong didn't believe that there was nothing fishy going on. Fortunately, he still had an avatar. The avatar's strength was not inferior to the original body. However, the avatar's mixed Yuan heart force could not recover as quickly as the original body. The recovery speed was slower. Therefore, such a battle could not be delayed. It had to be ended as soon as possible. If there was any other conspiracy, he still had the strength to deal with it. The single-hearted sword art was displayed to the extreme, displaying superb skills and power. For a moment, it actually suppressed the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. However, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's strength was indeed very strong. His Sky-Edge sword art was extremely sharp. It could tear and penetrate everything. The sword essence was even more terrifying. It seemed that nothing in the world could resist it. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint became more and more frightened. How could it be? How could the peerless Sword Saint's swordsmanship be so superb? Even the Sky-Edge sword art that he had cultivated for hundreds of years was not his match. He was gradually suppressed. He could only parry and could not find a chance to counterattack. Eternal Stars. The Avatar suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful sword attack. Stars appeared, as if they had traveled through time and space from ancient times. With unparalleled power, it suppressed everything and blasted towards the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. The overbearing aura caused the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's expression to change drastically. He was extremely shocked. He immediately unleashed a sword attack. The golden sword light of this sword was extremely condensed. It was as if it had materialized and slashed down. It was as if it could split everything. This was the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's ultimate move. The golden sword light struck the eternal stars directly. However, it was unable to split the eternal stars. Instead, it was crushed by the eternal stars and exploded inch by inch. In terms of cultivation, Chunzong was superior to the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. Although they were both at the complete limit of the true Saint realm, the complete limit of the universe indestructible body was one level higher than most complete limits. The Eternal Star's sword attack was extremely overbearing. Its power was unparalleled. It was a head-on killing move that could crush everything. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint's ultimate move was broken through, and his expression changed drastically. When he tried to dodge, he found that he had been completely locked in place. The space around him seemed to have been suppressed as well, becoming extremely hard, making it difficult for him to move. It was too late for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. The Eternal Star's strike carried an astonishing power. It directly hit the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's raised sword. The terrifying power exploded in an instant, causing the Sky-Edge Sword Saint to tremble. He flew backwards. Cracks appeared on his body, as if he was a ceramic that had been smashed. The second sword, Divine Cloud. The sword broke through the air. The extremely sharp sword essence directly tore the void apart. It cut across the sky and directly struck the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's indestructible body. It was unable to resist the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's indestructible body. Although the Avatar did not have the original body's heavenly will sword, its cultivation was not inferior at all. It was definitely within the top 40 of the chaotic real ranking. As for the Sky Edge Sword Saint, he was in the top 50 of the chaotic real ranking. Chapter 3199. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's indestructible body was immediately cut apart. Cracks spread all over his body, and it shattered, then reformed in the distance in an instant. Horrifying. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's face was full of shock and uncertainty. He had never imagined that the peerless Sword Saint would be so powerful. His swordsmanship and killing move were so profound and powerful that he could not contend with them. Good, very good. You are indeed the peerless Sword Saint. You are indeed powerful. A loud laugh suddenly sounded, and then a figure seemed to walk out of nothingness. Qi Yan. Shunzong's incarnation frowned slightly and focused his eyes. Shunzong's original body was in Taihao Mountain in Yuanzhan Universe City, so he could see everything through his incarnation. Shunzong recognized him as soon as he appeared. It was Qi Yan, one of the candidate divine sons of the dazzling flame divine palace. At this moment, Qi Yin seemed to have stepped out of nothingness. He was clapping his hands lightly, as if he was praising Chunzong's strength. However, the cold smile on his face made him look like a poisonous snake spying in the dark. First, it was the Sky Edge Sword Saint's challenge, then Qi Yan's appearance. Chunzong knew that his premonition was right. He was being targeted, and the person who was targeting him was most likely Qi Yan. Chunzong, you are indeed very powerful, but you should have taken the Descendant Elixir and become flesh and blood again. You have lost your indestructible body. Qi Yin sneered. His body was filled with an astonishing evil spirit. Now is the best time to kill you. You think you can? The incarnation smiled. Indeed, the incarnation could not recover as quickly as the original body, so it was much weaker in terms of endurance. However, its strength was unquestionable. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint was no match for it. As for Qi Yin, he was not even on the real chaotic ranking. His strength was far from the real chaotic ranking. How could he be Chun Zong's opponent? He could not even block one sword strike. Of course, the two of us are not enough, but we can count on them. A ferocious grin appeared on Qi Yan's gloomy face. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous figures walked out of the void, each of them emanating a terrifying aura. Snow Taoist Priest. Chun Zong's clone narrowed his eyes and stared at the snow-white figure. Black Flame Sage. The second person was the Black Flame Sage, whom he had fought in the void outside the monster-slaying Weave's main battle fortress. The third person was a very strong man. He was at least 3 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. The aura he exuded was very powerful and domineering. The aura around his body was affected and became obscure, and it seemed to be distorted. However, Chun Zong had never seen this person before, so he didn't know who he was. But his aura was very strong, even stronger than that of the Snow Taoist. This was another peerless expert with the strength of the real Primal Chaos board. Let me introduce you. Qi Yin smiled confidently and said, "This is the Snow Taoist, and this is the Black Flame Sage. They were both your opponents. And this is Tiando Overlord, ranked 70th on the real Primal Chaos board." Including the Tianfeng Sword Saint, there were 4 experts on the real Primal Chaos board, which shocked the people in Yuanzhan University. There were only 100 spots on the real Primal Chaos board. Usually it was hard to see one, but now there were 4. No, there was also the Peerless Sword Saint Shinzong. That made 5. There were 100 peerless experts on the real Primal Chaos board, and there were 5 of them here. How shocking. Shinzong's clone looked cold and solemn. He frowned and looked dignified. Among the 4 peerless experts on the real Primal Chaos board, the weakest was the 90th ranked Snow Taoist, and the strongest was the 35th ranked Black Flame Sage. Any one of them was no match for Chun Zong, but if the 4 of them worked together, Chun Zong would be under great pressure. Thank you for your trouble. Qi Yin bowed to the 4 peerless experts. Tianfeng Sword Saint, the outcome of our battle has been decided. There is no need to continue. Tiando Overlord, we don't know each other, and we have no grudges against each other. There is no need to get involved. Shinzong glanced at them and said calmly, under such circumstances, Shinzong would try his best not to fight. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because there was no need to. If you don't want me to fight, I can. But you have to give up the title of Peerless Sword Saint. Tianfeng Sword Saint sneered. I take someone's money to help them. Tiando Overlord laughed and replied. His voice was so powerful that it rumbled like thunder and reverberated in the void. Helping others to avert disaster can also cost one's life. Shinzong's words were sharp. I have stepped onto the path of cultivation. I have already given up on life and death. Tiando Overlord laughed again. His laughter was very domineering. His overbearing aura spread out and shook the area. Black Flame Sage, do you really want to die under my sword? Shinzong ignored Tianfeng's Sword Saint and Tiando Overlord. Instead, he looked at Black Flame Sage and asked calmly. His tone was light, but it was sharp. Who knows who will live and who will die? Black Flame Sage replied calmly. His eyes narrowed, and there seemed to be black flames burning in them. Back then, when he fought with Chun Zong in the void outside the Demon Slayer territory's main battle fortress, the battle ended in a draw. However, Black Flame Sage knew that he had already used all his strength except for the immortal body. After that battle, he had a new understanding of the Dark Ember Fist technique and had made some progress. As a result, his strength had increased by about 10%. At his level, every increase in strength was very difficult. It was shocking to be able to increase his overall strength by 10%. With this increase in strength, he was confident that he could defeat Chunzong back then. Even if Chunzong's strength had improved, he was confident that he could win. Now that he was teaming up with 3 peerless experts, he could completely suppress Chunzong. He could defeat or even kill Chunzong. Today was Chunzong's doomsday. Looks like you don't want to leave here alive today, Chunzong's avatar said calmly. His tone was different. It was filled with killing intent. They want to kill me. Since that's the case, I will kill them. Then let's see who will kill who. Tiando, Overlord, immediately roared with laughter. His laughter was like thunder, shocking to the extreme. An extremely terrifying presence suddenly erupted. Cracks immediately appeared in the space around him and rapidly spread out. Chi and blood soared into the sky. It was as if they had turned into flames that could burn everything. The terrifying aura surged in the sky. Body refinement. Chunzong's avatar took a look, and his pupils shrunk to the size of needles. A body refinement expert on the real chaotic ranking board would have terrifying fighting power. It was even harder to kill because the indestructible body of a body refinement expert was usually more tenacious and tough. Today, there was no way to end it peacefully. Chunzong unconsciously let out a long breath. The breath shot out like a sword and pierced through everything. In the next moment, a shocking sword essence exploded from Chunzong's body. It soared into the sky and pierced through the void. A huge crack appeared. It was so long that it seemed to have no end. What a powerful sword essence. Black Flame Saint's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He had fought with Chunzong before and knew how powerful Chunzong was. However, compared to before, Chunzong's sword essence was several times stronger. How could it be? He had already reached such a level. How could he increase his strength by so much? He couldn't understand. Black Flame Saint couldn't understand. He didn't know that when he fought with Chunzong a few years ago, his cultivation was only at the peak of the universe indestructible body and not the complete realm. There was still room for improvement. Now, Chunzong's cultivation was at the extreme complete realm. His overall strength was 3 to 4 times stronger than before. The difference of 3 to 4 times was shocking. Black Flame Saint had only increased his strength by 10%. Chunzong had increased his strength by 3 to 4 times. The difference was huge. Black Flame Saint was no longer Chunzong's match. If he had come alone, he would have died. Even if he burned his indestructible body to increase his strength, he wouldn't be Chunzong's match. But now, there were 4 great beings on the chaotic real leaderboard working together to give Chunzong a lot of pressure. However, it was just pressure. In the battle with the Sky Edge Sword Saint, Chunzong's incarnation had used up 10% of his mixed Yuan heart force. His recovery speed was very slow, and he had only recovered 10% of his mixed Yuan heart force. In other words, Chunzong's incarnation could not last long in this battle. Explode. They unleashed their full power, and in an instant, 5 completely different yet extremely tyrannical auras erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. Even the primordial executioner universe city was impacted. The cultivators could only feel the terrifying auras assaulting them, as if they were about to be crushed. They had no choice but to circulate their cultivation arts to resist, but they still felt extremely suppressed. Too strong. Too strong. Was this the strength of a great being on the chaotic real leaderboard? Anticipation. Everyone was looking forward to it. At the same time, the news spread out at the fastest speed to other universe cities, Void City, and even Primal Chaos City. Immediately, many people rushed to the Temporal Temple. They took the Temporal Teleportation Array and rushed to Yuanzhan Universe City as fast as they could. A battle between 5 great beings on the chaotic real leaderboard. It was almost impossible to see. Since there was such an opportunity, of course, they couldn't miss it. Before the battle had even begun, many people had already rushed over from the nearest universal city. They quickly rushed out of the Temple of Time and Space and appeared at the edge of the universal city. When they looked over, they immediately saw 5 figures, all of whom were emitting an extremely frightening aura. The aura that was released shook the world as if it was going to shatter everything. Strong, extremely strong. Everyone felt the 5 auras continue to rise. Finally, they reached an astonishing height. The void seemed to be unable to bear it. Cracks appeared and spread rapidly. Everyone held their breaths. For a moment, everyone held their breaths, afraid that their slightest breaths would disturb this incomparably intense scene that was about to unfold. Chapter 3200. Around the snow Taoist priest, cold chi spread out. Countless white snowflakes appeared in the air and spread out quickly, covering the area within 1,000 meters around him. Countless snowflakes floated in the air. Each snowflake emitted a shocking coldness, as if it could freeze everything. At the same time, they were extremely sharp like blades. The snow Taoist's aura constantly strengthened, pushing it to the limit. His eyes became snow white, but there seemed to be traces of blood in the depths. He was like a mountain of corpses or a sea of blood. With the blade in his hand, the snow-white blade flickered with cold light. The coldness that radiated from it invaded the air. Sword intent rose from the sky, edge sword saint. It was almost tangible, transforming into a shocking sword that pierced through the air. It tore a huge crack in the air. Countless strands of sword chi burst out in the surroundings, ripping countless cracks in the air. The sharpness seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. Nothing could stop it. It was unstoppable. Sword light condensed in the sky, edge sword saint's eyes. It flickered endlessly, locking onto Chunzong as if it could pierce through everything. The sword chi seemed to pierce Chunzong's body into a beehive. The black flame saint's body burned. His life-bound flames, the black nightmare demonic flames, were constantly released. They surged into the air, covering a radius of several thousand meters. The terrifying aura rippled endlessly, as if it was about to turn into an abyssal sea of fire. Any living being that entered would be stripped of their life force and burned to ashes. Compared to before, the Black Flame Saint's aura was even more powerful. This meant that his strength had clearly increased. The Overlord Heavendoe was a body refiner. His body was extremely tough. As he unleashed his power, the sound of a river surging rang out, shaking the world. It was the sound of blood flowing, but it was extremely terrifying. His already muscular body swelled again, directly reaching 4 meters in height. Violent, forceful, and domineering. All sorts of shocking auras revolved around the Overlord Heavendoe and burst forth. Countless cracks appeared in the space around the Overlord Heavendoe. The cracks spread out at a shocking speed, covering the surroundings. It made the space look like a mirror that was about to shatter. Every aura was incomparably terrifying and tyrannical, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. On the contrary, Chunzong's body did not erupt with such a mighty aura. Instead, it was restrained. One could vaguely see a wisp of sword light floating in the air behind him. It did not seem to have any strong power, but it was not weak at all in the face of the 4 incomparably powerful and boundless auras. It could totally contend with them. The scene instantly made the Black Flame Saint and the other 3 look grave. As expected of the unparalleled Sword Saint, he is indeed very strong. Tian-Do Overlord grinned. He was a physique cultivator, a peerless physique cultivator. His strength was tempered through countless battles. He was very passionate about fighting. This time, he came because of Qi Yan's generous invitation. Secondly, he wanted to fight against a strong expert. The peerless Sword Saint Chunzong was undoubtedly a strong expert. Boom! Tian-Do Overlord attacked first. His thick arm immediately punched out. The fist force instantly shattered, as if it had shattered the space around it. It directly blasted towards Chunzong. The power contained in the fist force was boundless and indescribable. It was as if the fist force could shatter a star. The fist force blasted towards Chunzong. He wanted to shatter Chunzong. Chunzong's body shook in an instant. He directly released an incomparably shocking sword intent, locking on and tearing apart the fist force of Tian-Do Overlord's fist force. He exploded with unparalleled speed, turning into a beam of sword light and instantly closing in on Tian-Do Overlord. Kill! Tian-Do Overlord's main purpose of coming here was to challenge a strong expert like Chunzong to train himself. However, he came under such circumstances. To Chunzong, he was a mortal enemy. Since he was a mortal enemy, he should kill him. Now that he was a clone, it was not suitable for a long battle. It was best to end it quickly. Now Chunzong is flesh and blood. He doesn't have the ability to be indestructible. We must end this quickly. Everyone, please take him down, Qi Yin immediately said, but he himself retreated far away. Even if Chunzong had taken the air pill and turned his indestructible body back into a body of flesh and blood, his strength would not be affected. It would be very easy to kill him. He would not even be able to withstand a single strike. Of course, he would not take the risk and put himself in danger. The Snow Priest made his move. He wielded his blade, and the snow-white blade light sliced through the air. Countless snowflakes drifted down along with it. The snowflakes turned into waves of cold blade light, shooting towards Chunzong. The Sky-Edged Sword Saint held his sword with both hands. His expression was cold, and his eyes shone with endless cold light. He suddenly swung his sword, and a golden crescent moon appeared. The endless sharpness instantly tore a shocking crack in the space. It didn't heal for a long time. The golden sword light crescent moon shot towards Chunzong. It wanted to cut Chunzong in half. The Black Flame Saint also attacked. As he waved his sleeves, a ball of black nightmare, demonic flame burst out. The demonic flame was like a raging tide. It carried with it a terrifying destructive power. It directly bombarded towards Chunzong. This attack contained the essence of the Dark Ember Fist technique. Its power was shocking. Good. Seeing Chun Zong approaching him, Tian-Do, Overlord, immediately laughed. Not only did he have no intention of dodging, he raised his fists. Endless light filled the air. It was as if they were cast in steel. Instantly, both fists were thrown out. Boom, 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 boom. Every punch was extremely overbearing. Every punch shattered the space in front of it. It was as if everything was smashed into powder. Qinzong immediately felt that in terms of power, Tian-Do, Overlord's fist force was inferior to the ancient demon clan's 10-armed ancient demon. The difference was obvious. However, in terms of finesse, Tian-Do, Overlord's fist force surpassed the 10-armed ancient demon. The 10-armed ancient demon was only powerful. In terms of controlling his own power, he hadn't reached a very profound level. If the 10-armed ancient demon could control his power as finesse as Tian-Do, Overlord, then it would be much more difficult for Chun Zong to defeat him in that battle. However, Tian-Do, Overlord's strength was still inferior to the 10-armed ancient demon. There was no doubt about that. Chun Zong's current strength was more than twice as strong as when he fought against the 10-armed ancient demon. A sword slashed across the sky. The sword light was overbearing and the sword intent was peerless. With a single slash, it was as if an army of 10,000 was split open. The fist force was instantly split open by the sword light. The sword went straight through and slashed Tian-Do, Overlord's body. It left a sword mark that was so deep that his bones could be seen. What a strong physique! Qinzong was secretly shocked. Under his sword, Tian-Do, Overlord's body wasn't cut in half. The strength of his physique was indeed very shocking and unexpected. Little did he know that Tian-Do, Overlord, was even more shocked. Although he was ranked 70th on the Chaos Real ranking, his strength was actually enough to be ranked within the top 60. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that his body was extremely strong. He had once sparred with the Sky-Edged Sword Saint and was defeated by him. However, the Sky-Edged Sword Saint's sword skills couldn't cause such obvious damage to him. But now, Chun Zong's sword immediately caused a sword wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Tian-Do, Overlord, was shocked. At the same time, a shocking battle intent erupted from the depths of his chest and soared into the sky. As his heart beat wildly, it sounded like a war drum. At this moment, the snow-white saber light and the golden crescent moon sword light arrived. The black nightmare demonic flame bombarded him. Divine firmament. Qinzong immediately unleashed an extremely sharp sword attack. It soared through the sky and slashed towards Tian-Do, Overlord. He had become one with the sword. Tian-Do, Overlord, used all his strength to resist, but he couldn't block this extremely sharp sword attack. The difference in strength was there. It wasn't something that soaring battle intent could make up for. Seeing Tian-Do, Overlord's body being cut in half by Chun Zong's sword, the Black Flame Great Sage, the Sky-Edged Sword Saint, and the Snow Taoist were all shocked. How could this be? How could Qinzong be so strong? He's made of flesh and blood. As long as he's injured, it won't be easy for him to recover. Qi Yin was also extremely shocked and hurriedly shouted from afar. At this point, if they couldn't kill Qinzong, the consequences would be very serious. Qinzong definitely wouldn't let go of the grudge so easily. The Black Flame Great Sage understood this. The Sky-Edged Sword Saint also understood this. Tian-Do, Overlord, also understood this. As for the Snow Taoist, he was even more aware of this. A deep murderous intent rose from Qinzong's body. His eyes flickered with radiance as if they were swords. This caused the Black Flame Saint and the other three to subconsciously tighten their nerves. They could not help but feel their scalps tingling. Qinzong ignored the Black Flame Great Sage, the Sky-Edged Sword Saint, and the Snow Taoist. He charged towards Tian-Do, Overlord again. Kill. Since he was going to kill them all, he would kill one first. Tian-Do, Overlord, had already been cut in half once. He had used up a portion of his strength to recover. Then he would continue to kill until he died. Come. Tian-Do, Overlord, seemed to understand what Qinzong was trying to do. He roared furiously, and the light of refined iron shone from his body, forming a suit of armor that covered his entire body. It was like heavy armor, and it made him look even stronger. This heavy armor greatly increased Tiando Overlord's defense. He used it to block Qinzong's sword. The sword light slashed down, but it didn't directly cut him in half. Instead, it made a dull sound and left a sword mark. Immediately after, light flowed and the sword mark disappeared. 3 times the mixed Yuan Heart Force burst out. Divine Sky Sword. Kill. The extremely sharp sword was strengthened once again. Tiando Overlord's heavy armor was cut like tofu or thin paper. It was instantly torn apart. The terrifying sword Qi wreaked havoc. It actually used up a lot of Tiando Overlord's strength. Tiando Overlord was shocked. As for the other 3 Peerless Experts' attacks, Qinzong dodged them all. They didn't hit Qinzong. Chase. Qinzong's sword cut through the air. He once again charged towards Tiando Overlord, who had reformed his body. Divine Sky. Another sword slashed through the air, tearing everything apart. Tiando Overlord's speed wasn't as fast as Qinzong. He couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. However, he was cut in half again. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch. Their hearts pounded. Even in a 1-against-4 situation, the Peerless Sword Saints still displayed such terrifying strength. He actually suppressed a peerless expert like Tiando Overlord and forced him to retreat. If it weren't for his indestructible body, Tiando Overlord would have been killed long ago. Chapter 3201. The sword light swept through the void, cutting through the sun, moon, and stars. Tiando, Overlord, quickly retreated, his heart pounding. Under Qinzong's continuous attacks, he had already used up 60% of his strength. He was only left with 40%. If this continued, he would be killed by Qinzong sooner or later. He liked to battle, liked to challenge the strong, and was willing to disregard life and death. However, when he was truly facing death, he couldn't be so calm. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Without hesitation, Tiando, Overlord, immediately retreated, wanting to break free from Qinzong's pursuit. However, Qinzong was extremely fast. His body and sword were one, following him like a shadow. He was determined to kill Tiando, Overlord, right here. The Black Flame Saint and the other two also surrounded Tiando, Overlord, from 3 directions. Once Tiando, Overlord, was killed by Qinzong, their strength would be weakened. The Black Flame Saint had already used all his strength. He summoned a black tiger, a black dragon, and a black phoenix to surround him. It was as if he had all of the Black Flame Saint's power. It was as if there were 4 Black Flame Saints attacking Qinzong. In an instant, Qinzong was surrounded and couldn't chase after Tiando, Overlord. Tiando, Overlord, immediately took out an elixir and consumed it to speed up his recovery. Although the elixir's recovery effect was limited, it was several times faster than his own recovery. While Qinzong was being surrounded, he had to use the time to recover his strength. Only then would he dare to fight Qinzong again. This was because Qinzong's repeated sword attacks had unknowingly broken Tiando, Overlord's shocking battle intent to fight the heavens and earth. Tiando, Overlord, knew that if he couldn't kill Qinzong, his battle intent would be damaged. It would be almost impossible for him to improve in the future. However, if he could kill Qinzong here, there was hope for him to break through his limits and improve further. When that time came, it wouldn't be impossible for him to enter the top 50 of the Chaos Real ranking. Thinking of this, Tiando, Overlord's heart burned with passion. At his current level, every bit of improvement in his strength had become extremely difficult. The snow-white saber light arrived in an instant. It carried an extreme killing intent along the gap and mercilessly attacked Qinzong. The golden sword light pierced through everything like an aurora, spreading an incomparable killing intent that could penetrate everything. Qinzong's expression was cold and solemn. He swung his sword across the sky, instantly shattering the saber light and then the sword light. He avoided the attack of the black wind, black clouds, and black fire, and collided with a dark fist force burning with terrible flames. Dark Ember Fist. The power of this punch was extremely tyrannical and unexpected. It immediately shattered Qinzong's sword light and forced Qinzong to retreat repeatedly. Behind him, a snow-white saber light instantly cut through the air and slashed toward him. In the sky above, the golden sword light fell like a crescent moon. Around him, the black storm roared, the black clouds rolled, and the black flames raged like a tide. The void shattered under every strike, revealing an even darker color. It was incomparably shocking and made one's heart palpitate. Qinzong's expression was still cold and solemn, but he kept dodging because every time he resisted, he would consume more energy. Dodging would save his own energy consumption. While dodging, he would look for opportunities to counterattack. He would exhaust his opponent's energy as much as possible and finally kill him. An expert with an indestructible body was too difficult to kill. It was impossible to kill him with a single blow. At most, it would consume his energy. Unless the absolute difference in strength was too great, it would be impossible to kill him with a single blow. For example, Qinzong and Qi Yin now. If Qinzong wanted to kill them, he would be able to end Qi Yin with a single blow. However, he would not be able to kill an expert on the real chaos ranking with a single blow. The snow-white saber light crisscrossed the void. The golden sword light broke the sun and moon. The black wind, black clouds, and black fire raged in all directions, and the dark ember fist repeatedly broke through the void. Qinzong used his body movement to the extreme. His body movement was like a sword crossing the sky, avoiding all attacks and constantly looking for opportunities. Yes, that's it. Exhaust his energy. Exhaust him to death. In the distance, Chi clenched his fists and roared in a low voice. He looked very excited. He desperately wanted to see Chun Zong killed. If it were not for his lack of strength, he would have killed Chun Zong with his own hands. He would not need to pay such a high price to borrow the strength of others. Although dodging consumed less energy, it did not mean that it would not be consumed. Moreover, the recovery speed was slower. Unknowingly, Chun Zong's mixed Yuan heart force was only left with 30%. As for the others, they took elixirs from time to time to recover their strength and maintained it at the same level. Tiando Overlord's strength had also recovered by more than 80%. He joined the siege and put more pressure on Chun Zong. It seems that this incarnation cannot be saved. Chun Zong thought to himself. A flash of determination appeared in his eyes. Since this incarnation cannot be saved, then I will kill before it is destroyed. In an instant, Chun Zong exploded. He completely unleashed all his strength and directly scattered thousands of sword lights. The sword lights were like a torrential rain that attacked in all directions. They shattered everything and tore pitch-black cracks in the void, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Every beam of sword light blasted out in all directions, instantly repelling all the besieging attacks. When the sword intent exploded, the four peerless experts all felt that they were locked in place. They could not help but tremble. Their hair stood on end, and an indescribable feeling of fear exploded from the depths of their hearts. Among the besiegers, the Snow Taoist had the lowest ranking on the Real Chaos ranking. He was also the weakest, which meant that he would be the easiest to kill. If the Snow Taoist had not been further away, Chun Zong's target would not have been Tiando Overlord but the Snow Taoist. 5 times mixed Yuan heart force exploded. Strands of destructive aura suddenly spread out from the pitch-black cracks like lightning. They quickly gathered on the sword of Chun Zong's incarnation. A terrifying destructive aura spread out and swept in all directions. The Black Flame Saint's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated without hesitation because he felt that this sword was terrifying and difficult to defend against. Tiando Overlord screamed and immediately activated a heavy armor that covered his entire body. He also blasted out an extremely powerful fist force. He also retreated immediately. He was very decisive. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's expression changed drastically. He activated the Sky Edge Sword Way to the extreme. The golden light suddenly exploded and shone in all directions. From afar, it looked like a golden sun had risen and fallen. The aura that it gave off was extremely sharp. It seemed like it could tear through everything. The snow Taoist's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. Every single strand of hair seemed to be filled with endless blade intent. As the long blade trembled, a blood-red blade light flashed past. The surrounding snowflakes were immediately shattered, becoming even finer and more terrifying. As the blade struck towards Chunzong, it was like a snowstorm that was going to steal all the lives in the world. At the same time, Chunzong slashed out. It was an extremely powerful sword. It was an extremely terrifying sword. All things returned to ruins. Everyone thought that the sword was going to kill them. However, when it was unleashed, it slashed towards the Snow Taoist. The Snow Taoist's storm-like blade light was immediately destroyed by the all things returned to ruins. It was all destroyed. There was nothing that could block it. The Snow Taoist could not dodge the sword either. It was too fast and too sudden. The sword had locked onto him directly. He only showed a sliver of fear. The Snow Taoist unleashed his full strength and slashed out with his blade in an attempt to block it. However, he was directly destroyed. His entire body was instantly destroyed by the black power. It was terrifying. The Snow Taoist was extremely terrified. He could only feel that his indestructible body was being destroyed in an instant. It was being destroyed inch by inch. The destruction was different from when the indestructible body was being destroyed. It was as if he was about to be completely destroyed. Recover. The Snow Taoist kept using his own power to recover his indestructible body. He did not want to be destroyed by the all things returned to ruins. However, it was like a flood that was impossible to block. As his power continued to be used up, the Snow Taoist's face grew paler and paler. "Save me!" The Snow Taoist hurriedly cried out for help. In the face of death, many things became unimportant. The other cultivators all attacked the annihilating sword light. They used up its power and saved the Snow Taoist. When the sword light was destroyed, the Snow Taoist's body recovered. However, he did not have much power left. He was so close. He was so close to being killed. It was a pity that the Snow Taoist survived. It was because the Black Flame Saint and the others helped him. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. After using that sword, the power of Chunzong's incarnation was almost depleted. The remaining power was not enough for Chunzong to continue fighting with the Black Flame Saint and the others. He should not have much power left. The Sky-Do Overlord roared. He suddenly attacked with his fist. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Chunzong. The Black Flame Saint seemed to have noticed something. He punched the air. Countless black aura suddenly gathered and blasted out. Black ash. Great destruction. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint also used his ultimate move. The golden sword light shot down from the sky like a pillar and attacked Chunzong's body. The Snow Taoist did not attack. Instead, he used an elixir to speed up the recovery of his power. This was because he did not have any power to fight in a short period of time. Even though he did not have much power left, Chunzong's incarnation did not wait for death. Instead, he used his remaining power and flew towards Yuanzhan University. No matter what, refining this avatar was not an easy task. The materials required were also very precious. If the avatar was destroyed here, it would be very difficult for Chunzong to refine a second avatar in a short period of time. He would need to purchase the materials. If he could avoid it, he would avoid it. "Stop him!" Qian shouted. Qian roared. This scene made him extremely excited because it meant that Chunzong did not have much strength left. Moreover, he had lost his indestructible body after taking the Descendant Pill. Once he was injured, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Kill. This was the best chance to kill Chunzong. They could not miss it. Otherwise, once he escaped back into the university, it would be much harder to kill him. This was because he could use the temporal temple in the university to escape. Chunzong's incarnation's power was depleted. Its speed was greatly reduced. It could no longer dodge and was immediately engulfed by the Black Flame Saint's terrifying black nightmare demonic flames. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They watched as the Black Nightmare demonic flames burned crazily. They waited for the Black Nightmare demonic flames to disappear. Chapter 3202. The destructive power of the black ash gradually dissipated, revealing a pitch-black color. It was as if there was nothing left in it. Where's the peerless sword saint? He's gone. Where did he go? Could it be? Could it be? The people in Yuanzhan Universe City were terrified. They didn't even dare to think about it. Dead. Could it be that the peerless sword Saint Chunzong was dead? Qi Yin stared at the darkness in a daze. After 3 breaths of time, he let out a hearty laugh. He laughed so hard that his body swayed back and forth like a madman. Dead. Chunzong was finally dead. He could finally vent his anger. The Snow Taoist also breathed a sigh of relief. He almost died under Chunzong's sword. No matter how amazing you are, you can't escape death. The Sky-Edged Sword Saint sighed. He didn't know what to feel, but he didn't regret it. Even if he didn't kill Chunzong, he was still a participant. If it wasn't for the encirclement, Chunzong's strength was very formidable. Anyone who encountered him in a one-on-one fight would only end up dead. The Black Flame Saint was no exception. Also, if Chunzong didn't take the Descendant Pill and still had the indestructible body, it would be 10 times harder for the 4 of them to kill him. But now he was dead. There were no ifs. Nianxin, I know you're in Yuanzhan Universe City. Come out and leave with me now. Otherwise, I'll destroy Tahao Mountain. Qian's voice sounded again. It was full of arrogance and threat. Chunzong was dead. He had nothing to be afraid of. Nianxin didn't respond. She didn't want to talk to him. I'll be right back. Chunzong said to Nianxin in the secret room. At this time, the original body had to make a move. Chunzong's indestructible body returned to its original body after taking the descendant pill. He lost the indestructible body's ability to regenerate instantly. Moreover, his body was very strong. It wasn't inferior to the Overlord Tiando's body at all. Plus, the mixed Yuan Heart Force's recovery speed was amazing. All in all, even if he took the descendant pill, it wouldn't be easy to kill Chunzong's original body. It would be at least 10 times more difficult than killing the incarnation. The original body didn't make a move before because he wanted to use the incarnation to send the Sky Edge Sword Saint away. He didn't expect such a dangerous situation. Now, the original body had to make a move. Yun Yinxin ignored him, and Qi Yin continued to threaten him. The disciples of Taihao Mountain were furious. They wanted to rush out. Quiet. Chunzong's voice suddenly spread throughout Taihao Mountain, entering the ears of every disciple of Taihao Mountain, causing them to be stunned. Wasn't the mountain chieftain killed? Was a hallucination? Then a familiar figure flew out of Taihao Mountain. Not dead. Haha, I knew our leader wouldn't be killed so easily. Our leader is indeed powerful. He managed to avoid the fatal blow. The elders and disciples of Taihao Mountain were all excited. Chunzong was very fast. After flying out Taihao Mountain, he quickly flew out of Yuanzhan Cosmic City. He pointed his finger like a sword and disappeared in an instant. Because it was so fast, the people outside the city couldn't detect it. Only the true saints could sense it, but they couldn't see who it was. In the void outside the city, Qi Yin was still shouting. The Sky Edge Sword Saint, the Overlord Tiando, and the Snow Taoist were ready to leave. Since Chunzong was dead, they had achieved their goal. There was no need to stay. Suddenly, a crack appeared. Then, a beam of sword light pierced through the air and mercilessly attacked the Snow Taoist. The Snow Taoist's expression changed. He reacted immediately. His long sword flashed across the sky. The light from the sword burst out. The moment the sword and saber collided, the saber light shattered. The sword light swept through and cut through the Snow Taoist's body. The Snow Taoist had only recovered about 30% of his strength. Under the sword, his body was cut open. The moment the wound healed, the sword light attacked like a storm and completely shattered it. Every single sword move contained an extremely terrifying sword power. Sword chi spread out and consumed Priest Snow's power quickly. The original body, with the Heavenly Will sword, was twice as strong as the incarnation. This difference was often the difference between life and death. It was too fast and too sudden. 30% of the Snow Taoist cultivation was completely used up. He couldn't regenerate his indestructible body. Snowflakes drifted in all directions and fell down one after another. It was as if there was a snowstorm in the void. Dead, the Sky Edge Sword Saint and the others stared blankly at the falling snowflakes. They didn't know what to feel. Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? Now he was dead. Then, the sword light dissipated, revealing a figure in white. His eyes were so sharp that they could see through everything. Chunzong, are you dead? Horrifying. For a moment, Qi Yin was terrified. The Black Flame Saint, the Sky Edge Sword Saint, and the Sky Doe Overlord's expressions changed drastically. The Peerless Sword Saint is still alive. He's still alive. Wasn't the Peerless Sword Saint wearing a black sword robe? Why did he change it to white? Not only did the robe change color, but the sword is different too. The spectators outside the Universe City were all stunned. Some rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were hallucinating. Then, they exclaimed and were confused. But the fact that the Peerless Sword Saint was still alive was great news for them. The Peerless Sword Saint was the leader of the Taihao Mountain, and the Taihao Mountain was a force of the Yuanzhan Universe City. The strength of the universe city was closely related to the strength of the forces that resided there. The difference between the Taihao Mountain with the peerless sword saint and the Taihao Mountain without him was like the difference between heaven and earth. Shenzong appeared and killed the snow Taoist with one strike. He immediately had one less enemy. He stared coldly at the Black Flame Saint, the Sky Edge Sword Saint, and the Sky Doe Overlord. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Today is the day you die. Shenzong's light and cold words came out of his mouth. Before he finished speaking, the Heavenly Will Sword was unsheathed again. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. Boundless, formless kill. This was a sword that focused on speed. It was extremely fast, so fast that it was unparalleled. The sword moved silently and without a trace, but it pierced through the distant Qi Yin in an instant. That's right, it was all because of Qi Yin. If Qi Yin hadn't been so aggressive, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Last time, Chunzong let Qi Yin go because Qi Yin was a candidate for the divine son of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. He didn't want to cause trouble. He didn't expect Qi Yin to be so narrow-minded. He even took advantage of the time when Chunzong took the Descendant Elixir to gather 4 top experts on the real chaotic ranking. This time, if Chunzong let Qi Yin go, it was hard to say what new trouble he would cause. If that was the case, he should be killed. Qi Yin couldn't dodge. He didn't even notice it. He was pierced in an instant. The terrifying sword Qi raged wildly, destroying Qi Yan's immortal body. Qi Yin screamed and could only summon his own strength to restore his immortal body. He also took out a large number of elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth. Elder Black Flame, save me. Qi Yin felt the terror of the sword Qi. With his own strength, even with the help of the elixirs, he could only buy himself some time. He was bound to die. The Black Flame Saint's expression changed. He turned into a black flame and flew towards Qi Yin. Qi Yin was a candidate for the divine son of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. If possible, he couldn't die like this. He channeled his own strength into Qi Yan's immortal body to fight against Chunzong's sword Qi and save Qi Yin. This was one of Chunzong's goals. The Black Flame Saint was the strongest among the enemies. If he couldn't do anything for now, it would be easier to deal with the Sky Edge Sword Saint and Sky Doe Overlord. The second was to kill the Sky Edge Sword Saint. Sky Doe Overlord's overall strength wasn't as strong as the Sky Edge Sword Saint, but he was a body cultivator. His life force was more vigorous, and he was harder to kill. Boundless, formless kill. A sword shot out at extreme speed. It turned into 2 rays of sword light and shot towards the Sky Edge Sword Saint and Sky Doe Overlord. The sword was too fast and silent. It was as if it could reach anywhere. The Sky Edge Sword Saint and Sky Doe Overlord didn't have time to dodge. They only reacted when they felt something and were hit. Luckily, Boundless Formless Kill was fast, but its power was weak. It was useful against those below the real chaotic ranking, but it wasn't enough to deal with those on the real chaotic ranking. Therefore, it wasn't that Boundless Formless Kill wasn't useful. On the contrary, it was quite good. At least when one was hit, they would feel pain. Pain would affect all sorts of things. Kill. A sword streaked across the sky. It was still Boundless Formless Kill, but it was one with the sword. It was aimed at the Sky Edge Sword Saint. The Sky Edge Sword Saint had already reacted. He immediately swung his sword. The moment the 2 swords clashed, the Sky Edge Sword Saint's expression changed. He immediately felt an overbearing sword force explode towards him. It was twice as strong as before. The Sky Edge Sword Saint could not block this sword at all. Unable to parry it, the Sky Edge Sword Saint was directly cleaved apart by the Golden Edge Divine Sword. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's body was cut open, and the sword Qi seeped into his body in an instant. Sky Doe Overlord punched out. His face was ferocious. He knew that if the Sky Edge Sword Saint was killed, he would die too. At this moment, the Black Flame Saint also successfully helped Qi Yin destroy the Raging Sword Qi. He exploded with his full strength. The Black Tiger, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix all appeared. They immediately charged towards Chunzong. They didn't know why Chunzong appeared again after killing Chunzong. He even killed the Snow Taoist and seemed to be at his peak. They didn't understand, but they still had to kill. At this point in the battle, one of them was going to die. Every expert had been through countless life and death situations. Their willpower was extremely strong and wouldn't be shaken easily. Their killing intent was burning. Even if they had to pay a price, they had to kill their opponent here. With such determination, the Sky Edge Sword Saint, Skydoe Overlord, and the Black Flame Saint didn't hold back at all. They put their lives on the line. It was either you die or I die. They knew that even if they escaped, the unparalleled Sword Saint Shinzong wouldn't let them go. If they were in the same situation, they would do the same. Then let's fight. Let's see who can survive until the end. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.